Hello. Welcome to the game.
Hello.
Ew.
Hello.
Sounded like you were still struggling to finish eating then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
Me
eating
basically as
gummy,
well.
gummy Coke bottles.
It's like, hello.
They're good. They're just good.
If you're hungry, then you're hungry.
Hi. How's everyone?
Good, good.
I know how
Doing
Chris
good.
is because he fucked around with the Conan Exile server all fucking day.
No, to be fair, the worst part of my day was burning my fingers.
Mm. You burned your fingers? Oh no.
Mm.
How did you burn your fingies?
My right thumb and forefinger while lighting the fire.
Aye.
Yikes.
Ouch.
But I did do it using 2 sticks, so proper caveman style.
I mean, you are my manly man, my love.
It did seem counterproductive taking 35 minutes to light a fire to cook something for 10.
It's the achievement that counts.
Exactly, I was channeling my inner Vieira. So.
Very good.
Yeah, but she,
And then-
Viera doesn't need 30 minutes to start a fire. Just saying.
No, she's got a cantrip for that.
Yeah. so does Cassius now.
Yep.
Samira just goes rawr and it explodes.
Yeah. Just goes on fire out of fear. It's like, oh, better listen to this lady. Shit.
So how did you all survive the week of like, oh my god, the cliffhanger, oh my god, the blue woman?
Since I'm obviously here, I survived, but it was a close call.
Good. Well, speaking of which, I think it's Lena's turn to recap.
Yes.
Kick it off.
It is my turn. Okay. Starting off, it was a very RP heavy session, so I'm not gonna reiterate that much of it, since it was at first it was literally an hour long
Cop
talk
out.
and chat.
I was hoping for a line-by-line account of what happened.
Sure. Not looking at the right person here for that. Since we spent the first hour basically in character having a chat while cleaning up ourselves by the river, we were basically talking about ramifications from what happened at the tower and last few days, and some plans for the future. And as we finished up there, we were alerted that one of the huntermen that came back has fallen under that lethargy uh, thing as well. So we went there to see what we could do, since the handy dandy detect poison of Viera helped the time before with Mortag as well. So we found out that there was a powder spore-like poison that was somewhere on his body, all over his body basically, that was different from the one that affected Mortag. Um, but it was a contact poison, so it rubbed off very slightly towards other people that were touching him. So after being alerted to that, there was a domino fall, not domino fall, basically. So uh, the women were preparing antitoxins for themselves and anyone who basically came in contact with that poison. And we basically spent the rest of the evening debating the mystery and thinking about what could possibly be at fault here, making theories and stuff like that. And all the while, the women were being poisoned, which after having spent the night and there being a very heavy fog, strangely enough, um, we woke up to find out that everyone who took the antitoxin was now poisoned, just like Murtag was beforehand. And now we knew what was basically at fault here. After a bit of investigating, we found the bag of antitoxin ingredients with some poison apple mixed in there. And uh, as Vera went off to talk with Murtag and Sturmas about the poison and if they had any clue about what could possibly be the cause there, which apparently this poison apple can only be grown by natural magical means, which is very interesting. uh, Samira and Cassius were outside standing watch and guard to make sure no one was snooping. And we found a bunch of little kids, uh, trying to snoop in, and as one was left behind from the others running away, we found out that there was this blue lady that the kids thought were at fault here, or at least the one kid thought was at fault here. So after having gathered Viera again to find out what is exactly going on with Blue Lady, we were told that some nights, but only when it was foggy, a lady came up into the huts and everything and just shushed them while they were basically up at night where they shouldn't have been. And we got 4 portraits done of the lady, and it is very worrying. Because there's 2 evil
Very,
versions, 2
very
good
worrying.
versions. Yes. So we were basically left off at that cliffhanger of, oh fuck, there's another player at hand here. Alright, did I miss anything?
One key thing from my point of view.
Mhm.
Clear my throat first. We discovered that Samira detected magic and hurt
yeah, that
herself
was a
with a
thing.
headache.
Mhm.
Cassius
And also
detected thoughts and
thoughts
hurt
with a
himself with
nosebleed.
a nosebleed. And Vieira is now concerned about the 2 of them because their magic seems to hurt them, whereas Vieira's
Yeah.
does not.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Fine.
So apart from that, it's either an angsty teenager, a fairy, or an angry bumblebee with blue wings that we're looking for.
The angsty teenager is likely, yeah.
I
Going
reckon,
for-
it's that, I reckon it's that teenager who was in the boat the first day we got to town.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Fits the profile.
Yeah. Without the blue hair though. She didn't have the blue hair scene going on, so
Well, she had to have either blue or grey hair, since that's 2 versions of it.
true. True.
Maybe it's a nighttime thing as well. Maybe they can't see color at night.
Maybe it's a were fairy.
Oh jeez.
A were fairy.
Maybe
Where
there's
fairy
4 fairies, like 2 good and evil ones
Yeah.
blue hair, and 2
Like
good and evil ones grey
she
hair.
got
Who knows?
bitten during the full
We just
sun.
want to know where the fairy is, not where the were fairy is.
It's Crab Lady, let's be real here. Like, that's my standout
Totally
point.
Crab
That's
Lady.
Crab Lady.
I reckon it wasn't the lady. I reckon it was the crab.
Oh, that's
The plot
Now
thickens.
there's a twist for you.
Dun, dun, dun.
It was actually the crab talking the whole time.
Yeah, awesome.
The crab is controlling the lady. No.
I mean, first time crabs are useful for anything.
Can't trust those beady eyes, you know.
Well, as far as I remember, and according to my calendar tool thingy, it's still 6:50 p.m. So it just got dark 50 minutes ago.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
What did we do all day?
Investigated.
Hi, crikey. Really?
Damn.
Or I forgot to forward the time. I forgot to forward
Because
the time, didn't
we
I?
woke up and someone
date
came
is it,
running
Lena?
to say there's a problem.
What date is it, Lena?
It's the 9th.
Oh no, it's in the morning. 6:50 in the morning. Sorry.
Makes no sense.
Yeah. Sorry, I keep forgetting that the clock on this thing is in a 24-hour format. Yeah, it's 6:50 in the morning.
Case, we investigated this very quickly.
Yeah, I mean you were
It's
super.
Why am I awake at 6:50?
Why? Yeah. Why are we awake? What the fuck?
To be fair,
been
it
all
should
awake at
be.
least
It
2
should
more
be.
hours.
Yeah, it should be two more hours later. Actually, it's 8:50.
Yeah, I think it was more like 10 a.m. or something.
Okay, yeah, I'll forward to 10 a.m. Fuck it,
Makes
9:50.
more sense.
Yeah.
since we were like hanging around the tent for an hour.
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
coming up and then the
Yeah.
We
sleeping
started to
happening.
wake up and we were sorting some stuff out. So,
Mhm.
probably an hour after dawn is when they came to us. So.
Yeah. Yep. Let's say 10:50,
makes sense,
just to
yeah,
be
yeah.
just to be sure, because my life timer thingy last time was not working and it was giving me grief, so I lost track of the time.
Good. As long as we didn't lose an entire day.
No, we didn't lose an entire day. Anyway,
That's
let
why you
me
double check with the calendar.
put you on here, and let's kick it off with the proper atmospheric music of
Uh-oh.
there.
If it's battle drums, get ready.
No. So, I think we left directly off after you debating what you're gonna do next after you saw the drawings and the kids effed off, basically.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Mhm.
So the plan was to go back to the chief hut, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's probably the best bet. Let the chief know what
Um,
we've seen, but not
Yeah.
let them know it was the kids who saw it.
We need to check if they have any reference of a creature like that, person like that, a spirit like
But-
that.
Before we delve into things, I kind of want to run something by you. Are we sure we want to do this?
What do you mean?
I mean, this seems like a whole thing. I didn't really expect like the blue lady thing with the wings. And technically, we did help them with the chieftain. She's awake now, so why do we care?
Because we need allies in a world we know nothing about.
Yeah, but
I thought that was relatively straightforward. I mean, they probably know people in the major town. Maybe they can do us a favor of arranging passage.
I think we at least need to rediscuss the terms. Because if this is really something crazy, we might be delving into something
You're
that we.
scared it's an actual fairy with magic.
Who the fuck knows?
Or maybe it's just like they talk about spirits and Kopf and everything like that.
Yeah, so
Maybe
do
it
we?
is something very powerful, but I do also want to help them because they would be very good allies to have at this start now. I don't know if we should think this over with how far we're gonna go with this. Are we gonna help them basically get back up again, those that fell down, or what if that weird woman, blue lady, comes back and we're fucked? Then how far are we gonna go with this? We have to talk about that. He's correct or not?
I think at the very least, I'd like to know what it is they are dealing with, because that will give us some kind of indication of what to expect in the world. If this is a peaceful rural village and has been for 400 years, and this sort of stuff is recently changing, why is it changing? And are we going to go somewhere else only to find even more dangerous things?
That's true. I mean,
We
like,
don't know if we're running from the pan to the fire.
we have to weigh gaining allies for like a good long while with potentially gaining enemies, and that's not good either.
I mean, if this blue lady is like connected to something else, if we would help the village, we would be turning them into an enemy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if this is a spirit, actually, really, like, if they want these people gone, then is it really our business to interfere?
I would find it strange that the spirit wants them gone, though, because it was the spirits, remember, who first taught them everything they know.
Yeah, but they've also not been talking to them it's been decreasing, so they've been falling out of favor, apparently.
Well, or maybe the good spirits are being held back by the bad ones.
And what are we going to do against that?
Would you rather have everyone against you? Or would you rather have a village and the good spirits on your side?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm morally on your side right here, but I'm questioning capabilities.
Look, I'm under no illusions. We ran headfirst into the Hulak forest, and I died.
And look how that turned out.
So we're not running headfirst anywhere. We need to understand better the sort of situation we're in and offer to help if we are able to. If it's above our pay grade, then maybe we should seek help elsewhere. Maybe they have help they can seek elsewhere. They speak of losing touch with the spirits. They must know something about how they used to speak to the spirits. Even if it's folktale, even if it's village elder lore. They must have some notion of being able to do something. They're not going to be blind. Otherwise, there's no helping them anyway. If they can't tell us where to look, we can't just search the whole island on a whim.
Yeah. I was just wondering how you were both, how invested you were.
For the time being, I'm invested enough because you two had books to read.
Yeah, but we can do that somewhere else.
And also we've gained
Somewhere
enough
else could be twice as
goodwill
dangerous.
to do that.
Yeah.
And them
I
not
mean,
bothering us.
We've already helped them a little, so I think
We helped
if
them a lot.
if we say that we
is
can,
awake now.
yeah, but now 9 more people are asleep, which isn't necessarily our fault, but we did show up and then 9 people fell asleep. There is that way of looking at it too. I don't think they're the kind of people who would necessarily blame us, but they may ask us to move on, and then in the middle of the night wants to stop the blue lady coming straight for us. Instead of us having relative safety and seeking her out on our terms. And if we get there and we find out she's a monstrous blue dragon, then we turn and run. Obviously.
Oh boy.
If we find out she's too difficult for us to handle, then we get the village to help us, if that's a thing. Because I'm sure they'll want her gone just as much as we will.
Alright. Fair enough. For what it's worth, even though I don't particularly care about this village, I'm with you guys. So just if you wanna skedaddle, I'll be the first one to say yes, but I'll follow your lead on this one.
If the situation gets hairy, I'll be the first one to bolt. And I'm pretty sure I'm still the fastest.
No. Maybe on the shorter distance I can outpace you.
Perhaps. I have
Are you
magic to
leaving me on
speed you
the
up.
dust, are you?
Sorry?
No, I have magic to speed you up if needs be.
Funny enough, do the same now.
Really?
Have to outrun all of you and somehow. Being the slowest in the group is not always the funnest.
Yeah.
Nope. That's a lesson I learned from the groups I ran before. You just have to outrun the slowest one.
But in all seriousness, I think we're here for as long as it suits us. And if the situation gets too dangerous, then we apologize. We can't help it's too dangerous. They need to seek help, perhaps from the capital. They've chosen to live out here to be closer to nature, however, so I doubt the capital will send them any help at all. I
mean,
get the
there's-
impression they're very much on their own.
Well, they told us that there were
Well,
like
they're the production part of this whole
yeah, that's also
village.
true.
They should get help because otherwise
Yeah.
they're all in trouble.
Well, that depends on how much the horn many care about them?
Apparently, there's also a bunch of Helis money in the capital, so
There is,
they-
but they've
they-
obviously left because they don't want to live this sort of lifestyle.
yeah,
so
but they
probably won't come back.
will not come back, but maybe be more inclined to offer help, because it's still their folk.
Yeah, maybe they have family or something.
Maybe. And maybe that's an option. Maybe they send for help from the capital.
Mhm.
If it's too dangerous. But
Yeah,
for the time
we
being,
need information. We need to talk to.
for the time
Mhm.
being, I think talk to the chieftain, figure out if they know of anything, first of all. If we're blind, then literally we can't go out and track them. Maybe we could. Suspect that's probably the more dangerous option to do.
Yeah, I don't want to
But-
piss off some spirit lady.
No, that's it. But we don't know if it is a spirit lady. It could just be some random weirdo in the swamp who.
Apparently, that random weirdo in the swamp was also a spirit. uh,
Well, according to these people,
mhm.
Yes.
she
As
might
far-
not be a spirit.
As far as we know, she could just have been a hermit.
We don't know anything about this world, so everyone here could be a spirit. Who knows?
And worst case, I mean, the lady in the swamp with the crab was friendly. Who's to say we can't go and at least ask her what's going on? She might know. If she's a
Could-
spirit, she might know.
Could the lady in swamp be the blue lady?
I'd find it strange that she.
I mean, she has that herbal knowledge with the flowers and everything, and she was all.
She does, but
you know, old
it could
lady in
equally
the
be
swamp
her
is
sister.
never a good thing in a fairy tale. So this world is already fairy tale-esque.
But
But
she did.
she wasn't aggressive to us, and she did help us.
Yeah, and she
True.
didn't really.
She'd
She
give
didn't
me the
really
vibe.
care about the village at all. It seemed she just wanted to be left alone. Mostly, I think that's the
She
feeling
just
I
wanted to
got from
gather
her.
her flowers at night time, didn't
Yeah.
she?
I mean,
I
we were wanting to potentially catch up with her again in the past anyway, so could be a thing.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
All
It's
right.
a last resort choice
Definitely.
if we have nothing else.
No needs to go on.
Yeah.
Search another native then.
So I take it
As you're talking, by the way, you know the woman that kind of appeared behind you during the dinner, and kind of was listening in on your conversation about your musings.
She's here again.
Yeah, she again very much soundlessly just appeared from behind, kind of gives you a nod and a smile and a wink, and then moves on. She's carrying some basket.
These people
detect
have no.
poison and disease.
Yeah,
Oh,
nothing there. She was one of the 9 women.
What?
wait, she's up again?
Seems so.
What? What?
Do we remember her name as Grassa?
Sure. I mean, you met her yesterday. I know how forgetful Vieira is.
Not particularly when it comes to strange people with strange names. She would particularly remember the person who popped up as well. So
Yeah, you don't hear her. Right. She's really quiet. Then again, a lot of the heroes' money seem to be... I'm just flat out telling you, they're like 1 point below your passive. Like, their passive stealth is 17 across the line. They're really quiet people.
but still my passive perception should have picked her up then.
Yeah.
So the fact that I didn't
Yeah.
is disconcerting.
Maybe.
Yeah, something fucking weird with her going on. no way I wouldn't notice her approaching.
Isn't she supposed to be asleep?
Why is she awake? Why is she always creepily standing by us?
And why is she carrying a herb basket?
Not a herb basket. You don't know what is in the basket.
Should we go after her?
I think we should find the real Grasser.
Wait.
She's right there now. If we find the real one who is maybe asleep,
Then there's a shapeshifter.
we're losing this one.
I don't like this.
You mean a shapeshifter on top of the shapeshifters who are already shapeshifters?
Yeah.
Shapeshiftception.
Let's go talk. Find out if Grass is supposed to be asleep.
Well, the 9 women are asleep, so we're gonna head for Grass's hut. Keeping her in my sights, I'm walking towards Grass's hut.
She's already walking towards Grass's hut.
In which case, I'm gonna sprint past her.
Okay.
Vera just bolts into a run and sprints past her.
I guess I'm running after.
People are watching you like, blink, blink. What the fuck?
It's just like standing there left in the dust, like what? This is what
Yeah.
follows them.
I just went from 0 to 70 movement speed around, so.
Roll me a perception, Cassius.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I suck at perception. Jeez.
Wait, what is your passive again?
What's my passive again? 11,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, never mind. You wouldn't pay attention to this. Yeah. You arrive at the hut. Grassa is not asleep in the hut. In the house.
Turn around and face her.
She stops, right? Because you look, I assume, like I want to talk to you in that way.
And I'm gonna start marching towards her.
Having just caught up with you, I would just turn around and follow again.
In the meantime, Cassius basically arrives at the same time behind,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I was walking, so I wasn't running.
She kind of raises her eyebrows, looking at all of you, and then turns around to look at Cassius, having clearly heard him. Can I help you? Yes.
You're awake.
Yes, I do. I did wake up. Do I have to thank you for waking me up?
No. Nobody's woken you up, so far as I know.
When did you
Curiously,
wake up?
as far as I know, you're also the only person who's woken up,
Oh,
which is a little suspicious.
I think Wasser is awake as well. We
Which
are.
hut is she in?
She kind of points. We are currently going through our herbal supplies because we have heard that we have been equally poisoned, just like our chieftain, and we want to gather new supplies so we can brew a new tea for everyone else to wake them up as well.
So I'm
When did you
curious, how
wake
did
up?
you wake up?
I don't know. I woke up.
Why
When
did
did that happen?
Why did no one tell us?
Exactly.
We didn't know we were supposed to tell you. She kind of looks a bit confused, bit bemused at the same time. It's like, your guests here, like, non-entities.
How long ago did you wake up? And it would have been nice to know since, we were also helping with the poison thing.
She kind of squints up at the sun and then looks down at you. It's like, well, the sun was not quite as bright.
I mean, I guess it makes sense because they didn't get like continuous doses. Oh, the chieftain was, apparently.
I don't know how
It's a
this
theory.
poison works, so who knows?
Well, the good news, Cassius, is there's no problem. No need for us to stick around.
Solves itself. We don't even need to do anything. Perfect. No, but still, I mean, there are still the blue lady, so...
Blue lady?
Yes.
What blue lady?
What?
What blue
What?
lady?
She looks between you and Cassius and kind of squints.
Carry on. We're just,
You mean that old tale?
What old tale?
Well, before it was the Weeping River, and she kind of motions towards the river. This, and she kind of then motions towards, like, makes a wide sweeping motion with a hand, like, past the huts where you can see, like, between the huts, basically the fields, right? Um, it was called the Dreamer's Lake, where our people would present offerings and make wishes to the spirits. Of course, the lake didn't grant wishes, but it gave people power, and the spirits spoke to us, and then the town expanded, and people grew more, and we needed more, and the lake became less. Um, but we stopped a long time ago making wishes to the lake, and then the lake was no lake anymore, and then it was the Weeping River, because, as the legend says, if you go into the swamp past the river, you will eventually become so sad that you will begin to weep, and the sadness will grow stronger, and eventually it will be so strong that you will cry yourself to sleep, and maybe even to death.
Hmm.
It's an old story. Barely anyone remembers it anymore, but I suppose it's the root as to why we don't like going across the river so much.
And what did that tale have to do with a blue lady?
Well, that was the spirit of the lake. The blue lady.
Oh,
Or the blue woman.
So, how long ago was this a lake?
Oh, that was many, many ancestors ago.
Hmm.
It was a big
was
lake,
that?
and then it was a smaller lake, and then it was an even smaller lake, and there's still small ponds here and there in between the fields, but it is not the grand lake it used to be. And she kind of like motions you past one of the huts and kind of like just shows you, and as wide as you can see. You can still see on the horizon, like you can see the edge of the jungle, so to say. But it's like at least miles of farmland, and she goes like, as far as you can see, that used to be the lake. This is
Mhm.
what we were told by the elders.
And that happened after the Hornmanny came?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
It
I
was
think we
said,
have.
I think, that the blue woman used to be a spirit that eats the life of people. And she kind of
Oh,
squints and tilts her head to the side, like trying to remember. And oh, I forgot about it. The people who were drained, um, they could only remember what happened through a dream-like haze. They were very tired and confused.
well, that's convenient.
So you knew about these legends and the the things that happened,
Oh, it's just
and there
a
was
child's fairy tale. We haven't seen spirits here for a very long time.
We saw one a
Oh,
couple of days ago.
I've heard of that.
You probably haven't seen any spirits because there's no lake anymore. And she's probably vengeful because there's no lake anymore.
But why would she be vengeful now instead of years ago?
Well, I
Well-
will leave you to your musings. I do need to gather herbs to wake up the other women.
Yeah.
I think we should talk to the chief.
And she walks away very quietly.
I don't trust her.
I don't know.
Me neither.
A part of me wants to move on already.
I mean, it's kind of their own fault.
Yeah, I
Part
mean,
of me feels like it's justified.
right now they're very much. They had basically a god, and then they ignored that god. So, no joke, this happened. No.
The question
They
is,
should know
why
better.
did they stop giving gifts to the lake? At some point it had to stop. And someone had to choose to stop. The only person who's likely to know that is the chief.
I mean, they damned it, so while doing that, they damned themselves.
Poetic. Huh.
Did they damn it though?
I mean, she said they were expanding and needed more area to grow their crops, basically. So
Doesn't necessarily mean they did anything specific.
they
Might
were.
have been the Horn Manny who did it.
Well, she very much thought they did it, and she very much thinks it's just a spirit tale, and doesn't really believe it is that. So, I think there's probably some people that don't really, well,
For-
aren't spiritual anymore.
Yeah, I was for people that are like so concerned with the spirits not talking to them anymore.
It's
Then
very
then
entrenched in it.
yeah, but then giving no attention to the tales that they know is super weird.
Are you still standing
Like-
on the other side of the huts, by the way? Or are you slowly walking back?
I think with walking.
Yeah, and go walking.
Paying attention to everyone around us.
Yeah, you would notice Wasser, by the way. She's kind of zipping around. It looks like she's like looking for something underneath the houses, in behind barrels and baskets.
You said you can detect thoughts, Cassius.
Yeah.
And get a new
That's-
nosebleed meanwhile.
That's okay. I'll wipe it up. Vass is over there who curiously looks like she's lost something.
She's looking, by the way, around the hut where the guy was, right? The previous evening.
I mean, we can also just ask her.
Do you trust her?
No.
Why don't you ask her?
Fair point. Yeah.
Do you need to touch her, or do you just need to be near her?
I think just near.
If you need it, you can lean on me if it gets too hard. Okay?
Eyebrow wiggle.
Elbow in the ribs.
Yeah, so go towards her, and as soon as I get within what I think would work, 30 feet roughly, I will use detect thoughts at a basic level first, so not intruding yet.
Okay, you get an immediate urgency, like panic, right? She is clearly looking for something. She's panicked about it, and the image you're getting that what she's looking for looks like a wooden carved ball, like a pendant, fastened to like a string. um, with concentric circles on one side. You could, if you squint very hard, interpret it as an eyeball out of wood. And you've seen this before. One of the little girls was carrying it in her hands.
One of the little girls that worked with the drawing stuff.
Yeah, and basically what you're getting in the current thought is like, oh, it must have fallen off of me while they were carrying me out of the cabin or something. I need to find it. She won't be pleased if I don't find it.
Huh.
And you get a flash of the old woman in the swamp.
Fucking hell. Crap, lady.
Keep in mind, Vieira and Samira are just standing either side of him. Vieira, he's leaning on Samira's shoulder, and Vieira's pinching his nose to stop the nosebleed.
Yeah, so he's like he's concentrating, and yeah, I think with how little experience with it he has, I'm not gonna probe deeper. I'm probably going to catch thoughts of whoever else is within 30 feet. So
Yeah, I mean, and because you're such an obvious bunch at the moment, right? She will actually stop, and like the last thing that you get from the flash is like that she is noticing you guys from the peripheral vision as like, and it's like, oh, the outsiders, basically, right? And she kind of looks at you, and then kind of looks at you like a bit confused, like tilting her head to the side. Are you alright?
He's fine. You look like you've lost something.
Yes. A pendant. It is very dear to me.
What's it look like?
Like a wooden ball?
I have no idea how to find out around here.
Well, I've wondered if it fell off when they carried me, but then I remembered that they didn't carry me. I did fall asleep. And she kind of like pauses for a second.
You very much fell asleep. How
Yes.
did you wake up?
I woke up.
Are you still detecting, Cassius?
It's a
yeah.
minute.
Just woke up?
I just woke up. And if you're still detecting, this is the last thing you're getting, by the way, from her. Yes, she just woke up. She woke up.
Okay.
There's no recollection of like what woke her up. She woke up, and there were the other women that were dealing with her, right, in the house. But like, there's nothing that you can see that would like, ah ha ha, right? She woke up.
Have the others woken up as well?
No, they haven't. I think Gasa did. And we were going to, and she kind of like, again, it's like she's trying to recollect something, right? Oh yes, we were going to gather new herbs because our herbs, they were poisoned, and this is why we fell asleep.
What is so different about how you two fell asleep and how the others fell asleep?
I don't
Do you have
know.
any idea there?
Maybe we just drank less. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I think we won't bother you any longer. We have somewhere to go anyways. Good luck finding it.
Thank you. If you do see it, well, I'm here.
So, starting to walk with Cassius, like,
Can you bring me to the river? I think there's still like it's still bleeding.
sure, let's clean you up.
Yeah. So as we're closing to the river, I'm gonna look if there's no one around us sneaking around.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh jeez. Gonna tell the others to do the same. I don't see shit.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Wow.
Samesies. What do you find?
So she is looking for this pendant.
Mm-hmm.
It has a very specific shape with some concentric rings.
So it's not just a ball.
No, and we've seen the ball. It's one of the kids had it.
Okay.
And
So-
and I. This is all with a whisper, by the way. I'm not saying this really out loud.
Yes.
She was anxious because she needed the ball back because otherwise the lady in the swamp would be mad.
Crab woman.
The crab lady.
That's what I got.
So they are in contact with her. Is she maybe a teacher of some sort?
I don't know, but it definitely seems that they are it's very clear that they're not telling us much. They're keeping us in the dark.
Yes.
Which I don't really appreciate. And otherwise,
Not when we're trying to help them.
but I think if we want to do something about us, we should go to Moontuck. She seemed on the up and up, but I don't know what else they're hiding.
Mm-hmm. She
I
seems
can.
at least the most open, and she's been asleep for a while, so she hasn't meddled as much.
Yeah, that's my feeling. I can try to do this shit again. I think I can also go deeper.
Would that
Yeah.
be any worse for your health?
Probably. I don't know. I don't.
Let me just be honest and say that's not worth it.
No, I think I need.
We're debating leaving this and letting it lie down, just lie and going on. So why bother risking your health about it?
No, I think it's fine. Like this time, it was less bad because there were the once I did it for the first time, there were just too many people. There were too many voices, too many noises. Now
Is
it was.
it easier if we walk away when you do it then?
I think I can focus it. I can focus it on a specific person. The first time it was just going everywhere.
Just needs practice.
I think so. And with that focus, maybe I can go deeper, but I don't know what that does necessarily. I just have this, like, I'm kind of the way that it happens. I'm kind of like, I'm not necessarily receiving much. I'm forcing myself into their minds. They might notice. I don't know. I can try.
So doing that when you want to keep it hidden and stealthy is not a good idea.
Yeah, I could test it on one of you if you want.
I think
that's a conversation for another day.
Okay.
I think for now we shouldn't go anywhere. We should return to our own tent.
Oh, you don't want to talk to Mortar?
I have a feeling they'll come and talk to us when they find out that two people are swanning around their village who should be asleep.
It was pretty rude that. I mean, you basically got up that chief, and Gaza was all like, "Why should we bother telling you?"
Yeah. She specifically sees us as outsiders. So that might have to do something with it. They don't necessarily trust us, which is
I
fine.
imagine they probably all see us as outsiders.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, makes a lot of sense. We're very much the definition of outsiders. still. I don't
For
know if they
now.
have any sense of gratitude or depth.
I'm just gonna start heading back towards our tent.
Did you see my PM?
No.
I PM'd you in Discord.
Okay. Yeah, we'll keep heading back towards the tent.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably, we pitched it quite far away from the rest of the huts.
Yeah,
It was
not
like
that far.
40
It's still in
40
visual. It's still in visual range. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's 40 or 50 feet away.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're halfway up the hill. You said we were about a roof height.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was just in case it rained.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll keep walking towards the tents, and then the area's gonna keep walking past the tent.
Oh.
But while I walk past the tent, I'm gonna do a quick scan to see if anything looks like it's been disturbed.
In perception investigation. If it's a quick pass, it's perception.
Definitely not going to be investigation.
Nothing was disturbed.
And Mateo is still there?
Mateo's still hanging around, slowly eating grass, wandering.
Yeah.
A few of the kids here are playing around him. He doesn't care.
So once we get probably 5 feet or so past the tent, assuming the other two follow me, because I don't know what you guys do, I'm gonna turn around suddenly to look at the little girl.
She is still, like, she didn't follow you out because there was nothing to hide anymore. But she's, like, peeking out from behind one of the pillars underneath the houses, right? And she kind of, like, looks at you with big eyes and then ducks behind the pillar. And then slowly peeks out. I mean, the rest of you doesn't know what the fuck Viera is looking at.
Do I know it was the little girl with the amulet?
You don't know. I don't think Cassius mentioned it.
Well, I mentioned that it was
Yeah,
a girl headed, but I didn't.
Yeah, there was one of the girls that was among the children who was holding on to what looked to be like a ball-shaped. It could have been a toy, right? Hanging off of a string, basically.
What's up here?
What?
What's the plan?
Did we need more distance? Did we need more?
No, I was just checking to see if anyone had messed with our tent in the meantime.
Oh.
Okay. One of the little girls is hiding behind one of the pillars under the house.
Turn around.
Yeah, that's one way to scare her.
Perception check with advantage. Let's
Still
see if
gonna roll 7s.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see.
It's gonna be. Jesus.
Okay, well, Cassius still can't see her.
Cassius is momentarily blinded by the sun as he looks directly upwards.
Yeah. Samira sees her, like, she's, like, peeking out with, like, half a face. She's still clearly clutching something in her little pudgy hands right away.
So, got a little spy.
I think, wasn't she one of the girls who told us about the blue lady?
I think so, yes. Okay, Cassius, do you see her? Because he's just blinking wildly around.
I don't see shit.
I mean, once they point out to you where she is, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's right there. And I'll put my finger on her forehead. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, she's either just a kid playing hide and seek, or...
No, she's the one that has the... Do I recognize her as the one that has the ball?
Yeah.
Had the ball? Yeah. She has the thing. That,
There's not a lot of coincidences around here, so...
I think we need that.
In a village this small with only 10 huts where people live in, coincidences are very often because, you know, in common, because you literally cannot go away. It's like, yeah, you will have all of the coincidences in this place. Have fun having that in the city.
So,
Do we want to get the ball?
Yes.
I think so, yes.
What are we
Think
going
we want
to
to
do
talk
with
to
it
her as
if
well?
we do get it?
Well, at least then the
I'm
other
gonna
person
put it in
doesn't
my
have
bag, and she can't get it from there without knowing it's in there.
To have a sack, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to maybe see if it's enchanted?
Oh,
It
we
strikes
probably
me
want to
as...
go into the tent if I want to try again.
Yeah. I'm not too sure how much you two know about. I mean, we've all come out of the tower with magic, but do you guys use something to channel the magic through? Or do you just sort of make it happen?
Second.
A lot of the time it's just the second one, but I don't know if it's on purpose or something, but or just ingrained habit. But I have this lucky token that I sometimes just have at hand when I did so.
Okay. I'm wondering if that ball is a focus.
Oh.
And I'm wondering if the poison was poison at all, or whether it was spelled.
Well, we did find the poison in the back.
Conveniently located in a herb.
I mean, you detected poison literally in every single woman that you detected in their body, right? Same poison.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's get that ball first of all before we start thinking and Gaza gets what
The little girl is coming over to you.
back.
I think
Old as brass.
with the
Yeah,
with the
she
woman,
basically looked like she like took a deep breath and then decided and then like started stalking and then she stopped and then she like shrinks and then she debating with herself whether she should come closer or not, and then she kind of half careful, half stopping, half determined, eventually makes it to your tent.
I think one of you two should handle this. I'm not great with kids.
Me neither. Never really had much experience with them.
I'm pretty sure the last kid I talked to, I borderline made cry and have nightmares.
She reaches for Samira's, scarf, like the scarf that you wear around your hips usually, and tugs.
Okay, getting like tentatively kneeling down. Hi.
You also realize that she's one of the girls that drew the nice, like was on the team nice blue woman, by the way. I heard you talk. I think you spoke about the blue woman. She's speaking Celestial, by the way.
Yeah. Yes. You showed at your drawings. Yes.
And you spoke something about this, and she kind of holds up the pendant. Which now that you see it up close, yeah, it looks like a carved wooden eyeball.
Could I hold that for a second?
I think the blue woman gave this to Vasa. I think it belongs to the blue woman. Can you give it back to her?
Okay. Well, we're gonna try and find out some things first, but
I think she's very sad, and if you maybe give it back to her, then she will not be sad anymore.
oh, why is she sad?
I think she doesn't have a house anymore, like we have.
Really?
And she lives all alone out there in the scary forest.
Okay. So she was
And she has
nice when you
nobody
saw
to
her.
be. She has nobody to be friends with her. Like I have with all my friends.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes we
Mm-hmm.
fight, and sometimes the other kitty are sometimes they're mean, and sometimes they're nice, but mostly they're friends.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, if you give that to us, I'll see what I can do.
She kind of like pauses, and then slowly hands it over, and then literally the moment you pick it up, she bolts away, like bursts into the deer form and just bolts.
Okay. Very skittish here.
What
So,
did she say?
she basically told me that she thinks the was I got. Oh, so I'm very quiet now, talking. I said was I got it from the blue lady, and that she wants me to bring it back to the blue lady because blue lady is sad and homeless.
Because they killed her lake.
Yes.
But the Wassa was looking for this thing because otherwise the Blue Moon would be mad if she lost it. I'm not sure if she
Huh.
wants it back. This is doing something, or this is not. I'm not sure.
Perhaps now is the time to go into the tent and
Yes,
check.
would be a good
Although I
moment tonight.
suspect we probably won't learn much from it.
I
Does
can
it look
still
like
try.
it's a spell focus of some kind?
Could be. It looks literally like a wooden carved, like polished and then carved like by hand. And you would recognize it, Vera, because you carve things by hand all the time. So it looks like
Yeah.
somebody took like a block of wood and basically carved it into the shape and polished it and even treated it basically. Um,
Do I know what kind of wood it is?
I mean, you can investigate it just
I'm making my way to the tent now.
to give a close inspection because it's not exactly the usual carving if you look at it a bit closer.
No, it's fine. I guess.
It's some type of dark wood. That's what you can tell.
Sure. That's
So give me a minute or two. I'm gonna try if I can work this out.
Is this gonna give you headaches again?
Probably. Yes,
Maybe.
probably. But he also got a nosebleed, so what's the limit here? You know?
Well, slightly concerned that your magic seems to hurt you too.
So you're doing it in the tent, right?
Yeah, I'm settling in the tent.
Roll
And,
me a wisdom saving throw with advantage, please.
Okay. Oh boy.
Could have been bad.
Could have been a 1.
It's the reverse effect of like again this is not an ability you've been even used to in the Forgotten Realms, right? So basically it's one of the reasons why you fled Arabelle originally is because it became so oppressive and mind numbing and riling you up basically. But the tent is helping. It shields. There's a background radiation, so to say, but it's not as like my eyes, right? What you do get of my eyes is the thing in your hand that you're looking at. It's like, whoa, this is magic. It's divination.
Ooh, interesting. Pressing my both of my hands to my temples, I'll just whisper shout, "You coming now?"
Alright, go into the tent.
Close your eyes.
It's not helping, by the way.
Yeah.
But luckily,
Did I
it lasts only like one turn, so you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Still
gonna
having the after images.
sit in front of her again, basically, and yeah, you okay there?
It's not that bad this time. I think I'm gonna get used to it.
Or is it
Sometime
just
in the
because you're
future.
in the tent?
That too. It's not as loud in here, but it's still just a lot. But yeah, this thing, and I toss it to Viera. This is definitely magic. It's it's like those I think it's called divination type magics. You know how the scrying and everything.
The what?
Don't know much about
Yeah.
that.
I don't know too much about magic.
And me,
Other
I
than
have just heard folk tales.
it's seeking magic. Yeah, I guess.
Yes, finding people stuff.
And you say you don't know much? That's more than I knew. What the heck is divination?
I don't know. I heard a lot of terms while asking around for my
Really,
solution
Cassius?
problem.
Like, you should know the basics with all the religious knowledge you fucking have.
Does he really?
Yes!
Well, all right.
I just heard a lot of words and terms and things from all the people I went for my explosion problem. So I don't know.
So, Samira, when you do this thing, how do you exactly do it?
Well, it's not like the other magic I got in the tower. It's not. It's very much like a minor explosion, like a minor one, like a minor, just a small one, a controlled one, in a sense.
And in an explosion, and then you see magic.
It's more like I work myself up so much, but not too much. I don't know. Don't ask me if I have no idea what
is
this
still
is.
going?
No, it's pretty short, but it has.
Okay.
You know, like the after effects of being blinded. It just the after images and things like that. It just
Like looking
it
at the sun
drags
for too
on for
long.
a while. Yes.
I'm specifically asking because I think I can do something similar but different. But
What does your magic
now
feel like?
there's still, well, not specifically with seeing magic or something, seeing if magic affects an object.
Oh.
But it's still it's very weird to explain, but it still feels like I'm missing something. Like I need something to do it. Like this, yeah. So I'm useless at this point, but
Well, don't call yourself useless. You have quite literally detected some thoughts. It's not like I'm doing any better here.
well, I'm not saying I'm useless at all, but because I'm great. Like, how are you even here without me?
Yeah, you are. True, we are indebted. In your.
Glad to see it my way. So, if this thing is magic, and if it's like, do you know if it's currently doing something? Is it like
Don't
active?
ask me. Don't ask me. It was just glowing bright and.
Oh, if it's radiating divination magic, then I suspect it is enchanted. Much like the bag is enchanted. Either that or I don't know, it either helps someone find something or it helps someone see whoever's holding this.
Oh.
So perhaps we should put it in that bag now?
Yeah, give given
For safekeeping.
Wait,
Yeah,
is that not like going to explode? Like that Yisnut said something about putting magic things into other
Wait.
magic things.
Wait, did he say that?
No, he said something with the
No,
with
he
the
said not putting bags inside bags.
Oh, okay. Don't give me a heart attack like that.
yeah.
Guys,
If you try and put a bag inside a bag, it's just gonna throw it.
I linked your thing into the reference Discord thing.
Resources.
Because all three of you are basically magically literate. So we're gonna go with colors and feelsy feels. It feels like a Seeky
Okay.
type of magic.
Okay.
Right.
Magic illiterate.
Yeah.
Rude.
But so true.
But there we go.
It's true,
So
yeah.
you know if I describe something as a translucent grey mist, and you know what I mean, right?
In our time
So,
here in the
let's
village,
just say I only know divination because it's the Seeky type of magic and makes sense with the Seeky type of person I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know any other terms.
in our time in the village, have
Yeah.
we seen any other animals?
Around the village, in the village?
Yeah. Around the village, birds in the trees.
Yeah.
Are there any around right now?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to spend 10 minutes doing my typical ritual to speak with the animals around me.
You just see Vieira just stops talking to you, turns her back to you, and starts doing something.
She doesn't turn her back, she's just doing a ritual.
We're still in the tent, right?
Yeah. Exactly, yeah.
Gotta look at Samira. Like...
Shrug.
Yeah. I assume she also blocks the exit of the tent. So you guys are just sitting there staring at her
Yeah,
for
we're
10
just like
minutes.
sitting there, like watching her, like.
I guess this should happen.
It's fine.
So, how are you feeling about all this?
Kind of like, yeah, what we said. It's their own fault. Apparently, some agree. They're in cahoots with this lady. Well, at least this one chick is, and maybe the other one we spoke to, Grassa. Maybe she is as well.
Could be.
I don't know.
It very much seems like they've invited the trouble themselves.
Basically, yeah. Yeah, but
So
what?
I don't know about our position here anymore.
Yeah, but what Riera says is also true. I was not really seeing that before, and like I said, I don't really care about the people here, but they could be useful allies. And especially if we just want to take some time, like we initially planned to do, but then of course shit happens. So
yeah. Well, I'm hoping we can get some time to read anyway, so for simple getting to know the world, because I don't want to go straight up into making enemies with a spirit.
yeah.
So, you know.
Vieira, who you gonna talk to?
Hi, Mateo. How you doing?
Wait! Should have told me it's fucking Mateo. Add to stage. Hi.
Buddy.
How you doing?
Good. Grass good here.
Yeah, I know. You said in the desert that you like doing walking as well, and you haven't done much of that lately, so I was just checking in.
I've been walking back and forth.
Okay, good. While you've been walking back and forth, did you happen to see anybody lurking around the village last night?
I sleep at night.
there anything we can do for you?
He bends his head sideways to that spot, you know.
Yeah. She'll head over and start scratching the spot behind his ear.
Oh,
Well, like,
yeah.
I could already see Samira
Uh,
and Cassius just
oh,
like
yes,
with faces out of the tent, like looking at her, like what?
Yeah,
Why are you
yeah,
doing?
yeah. Oh, that was good.
Good. Well, right. I'm gonna go and see if I can find someone who was awake last night.
But
And bye. And I'm gonna look up into the trees.
Is she talking to animals?
I think she is talking to animals.
yeah. I
fucking
mean,
crazy.
there's animals there. There is.
Mhm.
Oh, roll me a perception check.
I think she finally lost it.
At least she won't explode, right?
Maybe. I don't know what else to.
It's a bit further away. Not direct, like it's about like 60, like one of the trees, like 60 feet away from them. But in one of the taller branches, you see one of those giant dog-sized bats hanging upside down from a branch.
Does it look asleep?
Yeah.
Okay. I will stealthily climb the tree, which I do at my normal movement speed.
Yeah.
And
Shoot off the squirrels now.
and I'm gonna
Birds,
climb
I
up
think.
until I'm within range,
This is so strange.
and then go, hey, psst, hey, psst, wake up. Hi.
One eye squints at you.
Yeah, I know, it's extremely unusual for the two people downstairs.
And then both eyes open up and he like looks at you and then he kind of like...
Don't fly. You're okay. You're safe. I just want to talk to you very quickly.
You
Because you
two-legged creatures don't talk ever.
Well, that's not true because I'm talking right now. But more importantly, did you happen to see anyone last night when it was foggy? Like sneaking up between the houses? A blue woman?
Oh, the woman of the lake.
Yes. Do you know where she is?
In the swamp.
Just randomly in the swamp, or does she tend to go to one special
He
place?
kind of unwraps. Big wingspan, by the way, and stretches and then points into one direction. Pretty much, if you would mentally triangulate, it's like, well, north of where you met Zeva.
Okay. And how far are you flying for until you get there?
I mean, I can fly quick, not that far.
Yeah, like an hour, maybe?
What's an hour?
Period of time for which I'm going to describe that the night is broken up into fractions, and I will spend 10 minutes explaining what an hour is to a bat.
Oh no.
He has no clue because he doesn't measure time. He says he would have to rest a few times before he would reach it because he cannot fly that much in one take.
Okay. So
But
it's
then
quite
he cannot fly. No, well, he's like, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that some other flying things can make it without having to rest. I have to rest. I'm
Could
a
you
bit
show
fat.
me how far you have to fly before you have to rest?
He can and he kind of squints past you.
There's a juicy berry in it for you that will keep you fed all day long.
Bug. Big juicy
You like
bug.
berries?
I prefer bugs.
I've got one of those, and Vieira pulls out one of the sturges.
Oh.
after you show me.
He squints again at the lights. Like, do I have to do this in the sun? In the sun, I don't like the sun. The ball is too bright.
Problem is, I struggle to see you at nighttime. So maybe you can do it when the sun is almost gone.
$2.
It's a high price.
1 now. 1 when I've flown it.
You sure this?
Yeah,
isn't
this
gonna
bet is driving a hard bargain. Jesus
you
Christ.
sure this isn't gonna weigh you down and make you fly less?
He like, you know, the uncanny, unhinged jaw, big, yeah, he opens them up.
And she crawls along the branch, and then holds the sturge out for him to grabble. Gobble.
Yeah, he grabs it with the, like, you realize that the wings are basically just very big hands with, you know, like a bat.
Yep.
But the thing is that this is very unlike any bat you have ever seen, because this is more like, you know, the African flying dog things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. What's your name, by the way? Nom nom nom. Okay. Do you sleep here often?
Yes.
Yes. Do any of your other kind sleep here often?
Yeah, sometimes. It's a good spot to sleep. Not so many monkeys. Monkeys are annoying.
Do they eat you?
No,
Or just throw you off the tree?
they're annoying.
Okay.
They throw things at us.
Yeah, monkeys are like that, I guess. Okay. Thanks. Can you see that little tent down there on the ground?
He squints very hard.
Well, it's in that direction, and she'll unfurl his wing and point in the direction of the tent.
Alright.
Come down when you're more awake.
The yawning is unhinging the jaw in a very uncanny way again.
Mm-hmm. It's an African dog bat.
No, Viera doesn't know what an African dog bat is.
Yeah, but she's seen giant bats, so she's not bothered by a sort of medium bat.
But yeah.
So, yeah, and then I'll kind of slowly climb down the tree, being careful, and then head back over to the tent.
So,
Yeah.
explaining time to a bird? What was it?
A bat? Because the birds would be asleep at night, of course.
Don't tell me don't tell me you call him Brian or something.
No, his name's Nom Nom Nom.
Oh, okay. That's an improvement.
Yeah.
That's an improvement?
But he did see the blue lady. The lady of the lake, as he calls it, or the lady of the swamp now. And sure enough, it's the same woman, and she was sneaking around here last night.
So it is Sarah.
So we know it's her. The question is, what do we do about it? Do we go and tell the chief we know who it is, and they need to sort their own
I don't know
mess
if we want to
out?
piss off a spirit woman.
Well, no, that's the thing. That's why I was going to say it's the chief's responsibility to go and sort this out. After all, it is them who have stopped giving gifts to the lake spirit.
True.
And it is the lake spirit who, along with this bauble, seems to be poisoning people randomly for fun, yes?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe they all need to do is like they need to rebuild a lake.
Maybe they need to release some dams, but that would be a problem.
Well, I think given that she's moved on into the swamp Probably because it's the highest concentration of water, I would imagine. Perhaps that gives her
Maybe just
some
starting
sort of
some
power.
offerings again would be a good idea.
Yeah, well, start talking to her again. It sounds like it's their problem to fix, not our problem, but we've at least uncovered what the problem is.
And that's more than we agreed on at the beginning.
It certainly is. That bat's going to come down at twilight, though, so don't be alarmed. They're quite big, and the jaws do really weird things. But it's going to show me how far he can fly before he gets tired. And he had to go at least 2, maybe 3 rests to get to the Blue Lady's place, so that'll give me an idea of distance.
Okay.
Was the best I could think of. I tried to explain time to him.
Yeah, I heard that.
That was a very long conversation that went nowhere, somewhat ironically, about time. But yes, so he's going to come down and show me how far he can fly before he needs to rest. So at some point at twilight, I'm going to be chasing a bat. Go figure.
Fun.
Yeah. So I just thought I'd let you know, so it's not a surprise.
Yeah, thank you. I was already kind of worried you were losing your mind, and if I would just saw you chasing a bat for an hour,
It would be even
yeah, we would probably just leave you here, honestly.
Well, I'm wondering if I can, I can obviously turn into a panther.
You want to turn into a bat?
Can I turn into anything that flies? Because that would be super useful.
That would be like the owl.
Yeah.
That
Could
would be
you-
very.
Can you turn others into, like, shit?
No, I think as the control is definitely only myself that I can shift. I think the only real control I have is that if I wanted to, I could shift and leave all my stuff behind. So, for example, if you needed to use my short swords in a fight, I could shift and leave them on the ground.
Would you have
What can you into what can you turn? Just into panther?
Well,
Can you turn into like
Panther's
a
the only
buck?
thing I've tried.
Can
Which
turn
kind of
into
makes
a
sense.
bear?
Oh, could you turn into a dragon?
I don't think a dragon's not a natural creature, so
Oh,
I think it's very much natural magic. in that
what's
sense.
natural and what's not? It's a creature.
Bears, deer.
Elephant?
What's an elephant?
Like, huge, with a trunk that can grab stuff?
Huh.
Never seen one, so I don't
You
think
s-
so.
huh.
I think I would probably have to have seen it.
Into a scorpion? Can you turn into a scorpion? Do you have poison?
Maybe.
Can you
If
turn...
you make poison in animal form and then turn back, can you use that poison or does it just vanish?
All good questions.
Can you
I
turn
don't-
into a human?
Ooh, can you turn
No.
into us?
I think it's restricted to not people-based. Any creature.
Kind of
So into
specific.
an anchor.
So I could turn into like a small. Do you remember that spider?
Let's not do that.
I could probably turn into a small version of that. Not the big one.
Maybe don't do the big one, please.
I suspect the big one would take me a bit more effort. Because it's, I mean, you guys probably didn't realize, but like every time we walked through that whole area, we were walking across spiderweb trails.
Oh, it's good that you didn't tell me then.
I figured it was a good idea not to tell you because it was basically like, think of it this way: the trapdoor spider's in the middle, the web is all around it, and it knows what's where because it can sense the vibrations, but the web isn't there to
Okay,
trap you.
Okay.
The web's only there to tell it how close you get. And if it's hungry enough, it comes for you.
That's delightful.
Hence why I wanted to keep it well fed.
Fair enough.
So,
You guys are, by the way, hungry around this time?
All right, so
Well, poop.
let's go pawn it off to the chief.
Yeah.
And see if there's any food available. After all, we did save the chief.
Yeah. They should
We
feed us.
just had a couple of days of nothing to do.
Do you think they have booze? We didn't ask, right?
I mean, they must have.
Let's go.
They might have something.
Let's go find out.
But they speak Celestial predominantly, so unless I need to talk, I think it's probably better if you guys do the talking.
Oh, we should start teaching you sometime, shouldn't we?
It depends. I mean, if we're only going to be here a week and nobody else speaks it.
Well, they
then
did say
no.
mainland has Celestial as the main language as well.
Did they?
I
But
think
which
something like
mainland?
that.
Because
I don't
there
know,
were
one
two.
of them. One of them. I have no idea. I mean, that's something to follow up on after we have time.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's something we look
Right,
at
let's go
further
eat.
down the line. So, we're gonna head for the chief's hut,
Yeah.
Jen.
Yeah.
We're all just walking towards the chief's hut.
Yeah. You arrive there, and nobody's there.
Mm.
At least not in the central hut.
Are
Because
they
the
eating
chief's hut is
already?
actually not in the center. That's the meeting place in the center, right?
Are they eating maybe already? Can we hear any
It
commotion?
looks, if you look around, you see various people either finishing up food or still eating.
What time of day is it? Midday?
How would we know?
You guess so. Could be.
From the sun. We've seen the sun grow stronger and then dim over one day.
It is the brightest compared to the morning at the moment, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Can we just like grab some of that food, or do we need to ask first, or?
I have no idea what the custom is.
I suspect it's polite to ask.
So yeah, just walk up to someone who's like. Is there someone like handing out food or something, or?
Not really that you can see.
Is there like a communal table?
Not outside.
Should we go find like Ile? She
Maybe we should just go and find the chief.
yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So let's see.
Ask the first person where Moatag is.
Okay, yeah, they point you basically to the central house among the 10 houses, right?
We just went there.
No, the central in the row,
We went.
not
Okay,
the one
so
in
they're
the
in a
middle.
row.
Yeah, they're like in a. But it's like pretty much you see in the map. Wait, let me show you. Activate.
Ah, okay.
Here, basically.
Still loading, apparently. Okay.
Alright.
Head in.
Yeah. There is Muatag with Stormals and several other women. Some of the Kitsi, the older ones. One of the little group. You know, some of them are already like finishing up and like, collecting the balls and stuff. And I never really mentioned, but basically it's a longish house, and in this dead center, the floor is actually made of stone, right? And on the stone is like basically like a fireplace, right? Framed in stone again, with like two supporting like rods on either side, which are actually metal, with a central rod where like a pot hangs off of it. or meat is directly roasted on it and stuff.
Yeah.
You can see that the metal parts were basically, it looks like that has been installed afterwards, if you will.
Mhm.
Because a lot of the stuff that you see around, like, you don't even have nails in these houses. They're completely made of wood. They're like basically made in a way where like the wood was interlaced, if you will, to keep it stable.
Yeah, joined.
Joint, yeah. And carved in a way where like it joins together and no nails or screws are being used for it. So like that piece actually stands out, the metal piece, right? But either way, it looks like they have been eating for a while, right? So yeah, Murtag will smile at you and kind of wave you over, and she will actually herself, like she's already moving much better, pour you a bowl of stew basically.
Oh, thank
It,
you.
it seems like they have converted some of that fish already into, the next day's meal.
Yep. Either that or they're hiding the poison. I'm going to detect poison and disease.
It's not poisoned.
So, how are you feeling, Rutak?
A bit stronger. Bit stronger.
Good.
Two of the women woke up and they're in the process of waking up the others.
So we've
Do you
noticed,
have
yeah.
an idea how to wake them up?
Well, we're brewing the usual.
Mhm.
But Vassar and Gasa were gathering the herbs from scratch. Ela is helping them.
Okay.
Good to know. It sounds like we found the source of your problem.
Oh,
Look at all the people around.
she actually waits for you to and then when Cassius looks at all the people around, to, and then she basically dismisses them like very gently. It's like, I'm sorry, can we have some space, right? And no, actually, no, she wouldn't dismiss them. She apologizes to the others and then basically picks up the food and asks you, would you come along to the central hut?
I think it would be better if we go somewhere where we can see if someone's watching. In the hut, we can't.
Perhaps just a walk along the river.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
You will have trouble eating like that.
We can sit next to the river, right?
Yes, we can. And then basically she takes you to the docks.
No grouchy teenagers?
You can see the boat in the distance, but she's a bit more downriver.
Okay. Well, we will point out several different sources have verified that there is a blue lady who comes to the village, typically when it's foggy at night. And the blue lady was here last night. And it's the lake spirit.
Blue lady.
Lady of the Lake that was, I figured, pushed out by the damming, and
She
that
is
what happened
struggling a bit with the word, by the way. Lady.
Blue woman.
right now. I translated into celestial for her.
She's still struggling with the word, like concept lady, basically.
Yeah,
Does
woman.
yeah, a
That's
blue
fine.
woman, yeah.
The woman
Oh,
lake,
the
basically.
blue woman. Oh wait, and she like stops. Oh, I remember an old tale. Ah, but I haven't heard this in ages.
Yes. The way your ancestors stopped giving her gifts, and also the fact that all of this used to be the lake, probably isn't great that you're now basically living on what was her house.
But the
That's not
gifts,
to
they were
say-
given in exchange for wishes. If I remember the story correctly.
Given in exchange for what?
Wishes. Favors. You know,
Okay.
favors. Our ancestors would go to the lake and give gifts to the lake for good weather and a good harvest and those
Yes, and
things.
those offerings were
All of the
probably
things you're not getting anymore.
a way of honoring the spirit,
Mhm.
and that's not happening anymore.
But we
Complained
stopped
about the
doing
fish drying
that
up.
many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the favor of the spirits lasts many years, and now it's run out.
But how do we speak to the spirits if they're not speaking to us?
Well, she comes
Well,
into your village and poisons people, so I suspect you stay awake one of the nights she comes in and you talk to her.
Who told you that? Have you
The
seen
giant
her?
bat, the giant bat sleeping above your village.
There might also be another reason why she's acting up now. Look
are you
around
sure?
again.
Are you sure that no one in your village has had contact with spirits before?
Yes.
Then you might be out of touch.
Is it
We touch each other all the time.
belongs to
You are
Wassa,
not up
doesn't
to
it?
the newest information we have. We have good cause to think that one of your own is in contact with the Blue Lady.
Well, not good cause. We know she's in contact with the Blue Lady.
Exactly.
And who is it?
Do you know of anyone who carries a wooden amulet?
We carry jewelry occasionally out of wood, yes. I mean, she kind of like lifts her hand and you have like a very loose wooden bracelet.
A wooden amulet that resembles an eye.
Hmm. Vasa has one of those.
How long has she had it?
A few. That. Like she pauses again and thinks about it very hard. I think that was right before I fell asleep. I'm not sure. Not very long.
What a coincidence.
So she made a trade. Something. This was her person.
She kind of starts rubbing her temples.
Did any of your elders used to trade?
She kind of like waves you off, shh, like be quiet for a moment.
Rude.
No, she's not telling you be quiet. She kind of waves you off, like hold on a second, right? And she like really hard like rubs her temples, and it looks like, and she's squinting her eyes, and
Struggling to remember.
she nods.
Isn't that what the lake spirit used to do?
I remember something I saw. Ah. Um. I think I followed someone. I followed someone, and I was hit in the chest, and then everything went dark, and then I don't remember. I was in the forest across the river, and I was following someone.
I could try to help see what you remember.
Who do you remember who found you and brought you back? Because we were told you were found at the edge of the village. But if you were in the forest, that someone brought you back.
It was the women of the village who found me.
Mm.
I could try to help. This might be unpleasant though, so I'm asking your permission first.
What?
To try to see if you remember more that is currently escaping your thoughts.
You can try. Will it hurt?
No.
I think it'll hurt.
Are you
him
lying?
More than it'll.
I am definitely lying because I don't know. Or Cassius
Roll
doesn't
me a
know.
deception
Well,
check.
that's not lying. You just don't know.
But
Well,
he-
but I'm saying no.
Yeah, but he's saying no, yeah.
Okay. I think it's gonna hurt him more than it's gonna hurt you anyway.
Oh shit, I didn't unprivate it. It's a 20. So she like nods. She believes you. Fuck.
All right.
Of course she does with that roll, crikey.
I'm gonna.
Before, when I see you start getting in your headspace again, I'm gonna sit down next to you and also try to focus for a second and rolling my marble in my palm cast Calm Emotions.
You also have calm emotions, Jesus.
if she gets in any sort of I don't know,
Yikes.
Wow.
Did you guys notice you don't have to target anymore? And you can actually cast spells, yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's amazing.
oh damn.
All right. So I'm gonna detect thoughts, and I'm going to.
Huh?
Yeah. Do it.
Oh, is Mortar calmed? That's a question.
Yeah, she's calm.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So I'm going to pry deeper, and ask her again about the same night when she was hit in the chest to kind of try to summon these thoughts.
Do me a favor and roll me. Oh, a plain wisdom check.
Oof.
She is trying to think of it, and you can sort of feel your way around it, but like she has trouble latching onto the memory. It's like brief flashes of a blurred shape in the forest and her following, and then that thud into the chest, like being hit, not painfully, but by like having thrown something at you, right? And then darkness.
And nothing on who she was following.
No.
It's something she can't remember.
The memory is barely existent.
Yeah.
Do you remember any grey hair or blue hair?
She shakes her head. And Cassius can confirm that. It's literally just a shape.
With whom did you go into the forest? Who did you follow?
I don't know.
She can't remember. We answer at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's probably also like the way I'm going about it. I'm not like carefully picking my way. I don't know how to. I'm just like trying to brute force.
Yeah, it's bump, 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 bump.
Yeah.
Like I'm imagining like a pinball, right?
Yeah, basically, just like from memory to memory, I'm trying to grab something.
Can you think of any reason that Wasa would want to hurt people in the village?
No, we are not like that.
Why would she make a deal with the blue woman then?
I don't know. You would have to ask her. I would have to ask her.
Someone needs to ask her.
Well, it is the duty of a chieftain to do those things.
I suspect you also need to somehow convince Wassa that you need a conversation with the Blue Woman as well.
Yes.
Here, on your own terms, not in the forest again, so that you can be poisoned and put to sleep.
And maybe with someone else beside, or
With this
multiples beside you who you trust.
You've obviously angered this particular spirit. Not you personally, but your people. Wassa seems to have made some sort of deal with her
Or she stole it.
for something. This isn't something we can solve for you. This is a problem your village needs to solve going forward.
She nods. I will speak to them. And this is where we're gonna call a 10-minute break.
Yay!
Okay.
Woo!
Alrighty.
Okay.
I do miss
And
Leatherface a
we're
little bit.
back. So, we stopped with more talk. Basically, yeah, I will go and talk to them. And she will then get up and basically leave you to your stew balls.
So. We done here then?
Well, I think we've certainly helped them more than... I mean, there wasn't really much of an agreement, was there?
We should have tried to make a better deal.
Yeah. I think we can talk about that after she has confronted whoever.
Should we be there? Or not?
I don't think so. It's not really our business, and I don't want to get involved in anything more.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we need to show our faces particularly.
Yes, I don't want to get any grudges put on us for any of this. We're just neutral third party here.
We're just trying to help everybody.
Exactly.
Okay.
Are you guys hungry though? Was that stew enough?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Yeah, should be fine for a while now.
Yeah.
I've been strangely hungry for meat.
Okay. Is that a panther thing?
No, that's a spending 5 weeks in a desert thing.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well,
Because everybody kind of had their own sort of weirdo timeline, didn't they?
well, when we are taking our time to do our own things with the reading and everything, you can maybe check out the hunting situation around here.
Yeah, I don't think they particularly hunt meat.
No, they don't. They only eat fish, right? But I mean, you can eat what you want. It's not business of theirs.
Maybe it's worth asking what wouldn't be good to kill in case they revere something.
Deer, probably.
Yeah. Also, that's the chance that it is actually not a deer.
You mean
Wow.
if they've strayed too far from the village?
Yeah.
I mean, then it's fair game, right?
Game is certainly the word I would use.
This is a weird conversation.
Yes.
In the middle of that, you start hearing shouts from the village.
Oh. No, what is going on now?
I figured. This is why I wanted them to do it and not us. Because at least this way it's...
Do you want to stay here? Just watch?
front row seats.
I mean, plenty distance if anything explodes.
I think we're the more likely thing to explode, aren't we? That was the impression I got.
Yeah.
A moment later, the decision is actually made for you because an antelope comes rushing towards you. In those big hops, right? And then in one of the... mid-hops, basically mid-air, shifts into a humanoid form and lands very gracefully on her 2 feet. Grumpy teenager.
Heftig.
Yeah. While you were talking, by the way, she did land with the boat, at the docks at some point, and then went to the village. So she goes like, Vas and Grass are gone. The chieftain sent me to call you.
Of course they're gone.
Surprise.
Okay.
Coming.
Alright, I'm wondering
Take it.
why that's our business. I'm muttering under her breath, but let's go.
Well, we've obviously highlighted the traitors in their midst.
Hmm. Still not enough. Let's go.
I just want to read a book. Jesus.
You know it's desperate when you want to read a book.
Yeah, it is. Alright,
We
fine.
could be enjoying the trek through the swamp.
No. 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 Fiera, no.
We're following her back towards the
Yeah,
chief,
yeah.
presumably at the same time.
She guides you to the round hut.
In the middle.
Yeah.
Mm.
And there's all the main women, right? Minus the 2 that are missing.
So the other 7 are awake?
Yes, they look very groggy, and half of them are not really properly awake. It looks like whatever they've been given only just barely kicked in, right? And they're like trying to focus, and like some of them like, oh fuck my life, is like basically I like look seriously hungover, right? And Muatag is kind of like, rubbing her forehead because it's a really shit show, like a real shit show here, right? It's like, okay, all the wise women of the village are basically, in one way or another, not at their best at the moment, right? And she looks at you, it's like, I think they realized that you were on to them. I think Grasa was with her as well.
I can't say I'm surprised.
Mm-hmm. She certainly seemed like involved.
Shifty.
Cassius is smooth, but even he's a little shifty. Grassa was way out of line. But yes, so they've fled.
She kind of like, she explains it to you that Heftek saw them bolting into the river, basically. And swimming across, which is very unusual. Like,
Do you want me to hunt them?
we will
What do
give
you
you
want to do
everything we have. We will give you resources, we will give you food.
Alive or dead?
Well, alive, of course.
Well, what is your goal here? What is your goal here?
Just bring them safe, back safe.
Well, it's clear that they don't want to be here.
I would go myself, but I am too weak. I cannot walk. And I cannot, with a good conscience, send my people across the river. We have some of the coin that the horn money used to trade. We never use it. We can give you that. And we know places where you can find the pretty stones that shine that the horn money like to trade with.
If the 2 of them are already at the spirit's place, what do you want us to do?
Try to talk to them. Maybe just ask the spirits what we can do to make this anger go away, so we can be united again, so we can work together.
Caesar, what do you think?
I'm not sure this is worth it. Honestly. You kinda did this to yourself. Also by trusting everyone. Maybe this is a good lesson. That you should do, that no, we don't do that is naive.
I mean,
But
from what I see, we're gonna have to force the two women back if they are not already at the spirit's place, and we have problems there, anyways.
if we have to defend ourselves, we're going to defend ourselves.
Yes.
If it's us getting hurt or them not being alive is what's going to be the resolution. I hope you understand that. I'm
You
not
have
going
to
to.
think on what your goal here is. What do you want to achieve out of this? Because at the moment, you are weak. You are at the certainly not at high point. What do you want out of this? Do you want communications with them, because with the spirit? Because hunting down some sort of acolytes of theirs is not a good way to do it.
We want to talk to the spirit and we want to offer to the spirit gifts, whatever it takes.
So, do you think a
We want a
aggressive
solution
action like
to.
this?
We want a solution where everyone is happy again. And no, we don't want to learn to distrust our own people. She kind of like glares half partially at Cassius. We have been living like this since we woke up from the darkness. And it was
Apparently
never
it's
a
not
bad
enough.
thing.
So an aggressive action like hunting down Raza and Waza is probably not a peaceful decision here. You have to be aware of that.
You don't have to hunt them down, just find them. Try to talk to the spirit, please. We will give you whatever you ask.
Vera, what do you think?
I'm happy to help, but only because I'm interested in seeing the spirit appeased.
She kind of nods, and it looks like she absolutely agrees with you on that notion, right?
Because it seems to me like the person or thing that has been hurt here is the spirit.
She nods.
It's doing what it can to fight for its own.
If we're going after them, I'm not gonna force them to come back. Because honestly, like
I'm
Cassius
not
said,
interested in the two women. If they choose
you
to come
did
back,
this
they
to your
choose to
own.
come back.
Exactly.
That is their choice. The question is, why were they acting on behalf of the spirit? Were they charmed, or do they agree?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Right. Cassius?
I'm following you two here. I really don't give a shit.
We look out to our own?
And what I'm just want to make clear, if we go after them in whatever way, shape, or form, but if it ends up between us or them, it's going to be us.
I may have a way of bringing them to us.
How?
But I would need to rest. I can speak with animals. It's possible I could send a message and tell them to meet us here so that we can solve this problem once and for all, so all sides are happy.
Meet at neutral ground, not here.
Neutral ground, other side of the river.
Mm-hmm. Before the forest, other side of the river. Would that be acceptable to you, Mortag?
She said anything goes, so yes.
She nods.
But I can't do it today.
Then we don't do it today. We do it tomorrow.
I think today is a good time for you, all of you, try and find out how you're gonna appease the spirit. What are you gonna say at that meeting? Because rushing into this is a bad idea.
You see like a groggy agreement from the rest of the women, or some of them who are like actually managing to stay awake at this point.
It'll also give your wise women a chance to actually wake up properly.
You should think back to all the offerings in the past, all the tales you have told, and see what you can do.
And potentially where that lake used to be. Because it sounds to me like a lot of the pain is caused from the spirit losing its home. Much like you would be hurt if somebody else forced you out of your home. That might be a good place to start.
We have much to talk about, much to think about.
Alright, I think we should leave you to a decision making. This is not our village, and we are allies of yours, but we are still outsiders.
I'll send the message first thing tomorrow morning.
You may be outsiders, but the spirit has chosen to speak to you upon
Yes.
your arrival.
We can be there as a third party, but we will not be involved in any grudges.
I understand.
Are there any other spirits like this? You talk about spirits like there's lots of them. Are there any other stories of spirits that you used to honor and don't anymore?
We still honor all of nature, but we honored the spirits in the way they wanted us to honor them when they still spoke to us. The story that I remember about the blue woman is that we lived peacefully side by side, and if people needed something, they would go and offer for that additional favor.
But that was before the lake disappeared.
Before
A long
You
time ago. I don't
made the lake
remember that.
disappear.
My parents don't remember that. My grandparents are not around anymore, so we cannot ask them.
well,
But it was certainly
it's not
before
even
their
gone.
time.
the only way to see out of this is either appeasing the spirit or, well, potentially aggravating it more by keeping on this way. So, even if you don't remember many things, do your
The
best to
thing that
try.
is confusing to us is that the lake has been like this for a very long time, and we did not struggle with the fish and the births and the poison.
You wouldn't do initially, because there would have been many fish in the lake that moved into the river instead. But over time, they would have become less and less. until you got to a point where you suddenly found you didn't catch any fish.
Who knows, maybe there has been some other action why the spirit has gotten madder at you.
Maybe it's just
I mean,
payback
even-
over time.
Exactly, you didn't even think the lake thing was a problem until now.
Yeah.
So what else could there be?
The lake slowly disappeared. She's making you slowly disappear.
Till she gets a home back.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
Maybe there's some other reason. Maybe the Hornmen here are involved.
Well, we won't know
No.
until we speak to her.
Exactly. So get your heads in order and figure out what you want to say.
And she nods.
We'll be over at 10.
We will
Know where to find us.
make our part of the bargain and make up for this, for your help. We honor bargains.
Sure.
Mhm.
We're still interested in learning about the land, the herbs, the animals. What creatures am I allowed to hunt and eat? Are there any creatures you don't want me to hunt and eat?
We understand that in nature, creatures eat creatures. I would only advise you to avoid anything that looks like our kind.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. Because it might be one of us.
I'm
Makes
sure
sense.
I can tell the difference. I'm gonna go hunt. If you guys want to start reading your books.
Good idea, I think. At least there's some lull of peace right now.
For now.
Yeah.
And where did Hestag say that she saw these two bolting?
Down the river.
Downriver,
Downriver, yeah.
so north.
Yeah.
The direction we came from, yeah.
And Vieira's gonna walk towards the river, and as she reaches this side of the river, shift into a black panther, and then swim across.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna go hunting.
Paddle,
and
paddle,
tracking.
paddle.
She's
Mm-hmm.
gonna go hunting and tracking in panther form.
Make me a survival check, please.
Keep in mind, I'm moving at 50,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm hunting them.
Okay. Let me check the movement speed.
Oh, actually, because they're humanoid,
Mm-hmm.
You'd be advantage.
I get advantage, so it's still a 16.
50, you say?
16?
Yeah, but 50 feet.
Yeah, 50 movement normal, but I can burst run at 100. So she's going to be tracking.
You're
at
running
50
5
to
miles, and you're walking 5 miles an hour, basically.
Yeah, so I'm going to be running, chasing them. So she's going to be moving at 100.
You cannot keep it up for long, by the way. In movement speed wise, you can keep it up for an hour.
Yeah, just going to keep it up for now,
Okay.
knowing full well that they probably, unless they're in deer form, which they probably aren't,
Mm-hmm.
then
They are in deer form.
Well,
You're
she's
still
moving at
faster.
100 feet.
Yeah. I mean, they have a head start, right?
Yeah.
But let me see. Measuring. You track them. Wait, can you see the map? Yes, because you're
Yeah.
on the map. Yeah.
But I can only see darkness where you were pointing.
I'm gonna take the token and move you. So
Okay.
basically, you went, and then this. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's first hour. Sorry. I'm just uncovering the area. There we go. You get here and you stop there because there's a sudden fog. The tracks lead in there.
Does it look like I've been gaining on them significantly from the tracks? Do I know how old they are?
I mean, they're 2 hours old, 2-3 hours, right?
Okay, so I haven't been gaining that much on them because they didn't have a 2-hour head start.
No, you are gaining on them. Like they're not that far ahead of you. But like I'm stopping you here because now you're getting to an area where you would actually roll a like perception with disadvantage for visual checks. It's an unnatural fog.
Why am I rolling perception?
If you were, your passive perception would, if you for visual, now would be a 13.
I'm confused. Why am I making a perception check?
I'm just telling you that you're at an area right now where your visual is obscured. Are you continuing, or are you not continuing?
So in the 10 miles of chasing them, I didn't catch them.
You didn't catch them, yes.
So they're not moving that slowly.
They bolted an hour before you even started running after them, and they're not slow.
Yeah, okay. At this point, the animal form would drop anyway.
This is after 1 hour of moving. I'm pointing this out. Yeah.
Yeah, and the animal form drops.
Okay.
So no, I'm not going to carry on from here. I'm going to turn around and hunt something on the way home.
Okay. That's all I wanted to ask, because I wanted to give you an educated choice whether you're continuing or not.
Sure.
Okay, then was the second survival check for hunting?
No, that was me at advantage.
Oh, okay.
Tracking humans. Or humanoids, I should say. So no, survival check to hunt something on the way home, presumably? Yep. Looking for anything that looks like a warthog or...
Yeah, you have little piglets. Little woolly piglets.
Thanks.
It would take you the entire travel on the way back to find something and hunt it down.
I imagine a black panther charging through the brush scared most things away. So.
On the way back, are you again in panther form or?
No, I'm just in human form.
Okay.
Elf form.
So let me.
So yes, it's going to take me a long time. It's going to take me 3 hours to get back.
1, 2, yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Your normal is 35, right?
Mm-hmm.
It takes you 2 hours.
Including
With the hunting, it would take you 3 hours. No problem. Yeah.
by the time I track something and hunt it down. That's fine. So you guys have 4 hours of reading to do.
Yeah,
4
chill,
hours of reading.
chill a little bit, sit next to the tent.
Nice in the grass, having a nice evening day.
Let me 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's getting darker, by the way.
Yeah, it should be like 6 p.m. or something.
It's 4:45.
Oh,
But getting
plenty of time
darker.
still.
Actually, no, it's 4:45.
Roast piggy for dinner tonight.
Yeah.
Right, just gonna keep reading.
Yeah.
Put as much as I can in my brain now that I have time.
Probably at some point I'll start the fire really easily.
Yeah.
You basically glance at the fire pit and one of the twigs ignites.
Yeah, not at that level yet. I still like go over to it and do purpose, but it's getting there. And then sit back with the book and
One of
kind
these
of
days
like
it'll just be unconsciously you're thinking in the back of your head campfire at some point soon. It's
yeah. Well, he's probably while reading the book, at points he just gets distracted by like flaring the fire, dimming it, changing its color, just like fucking with it as he's like reading, because his attention span is not amazing. So
During one of my reading breaks, seeing you just mess with the file, just shoot in. So, how much can you control the fire?
like make it more, and I make it more, make it less.
Can you control the heat?
Yeah, but not really from the fire itself, but I can I think I can change the heat in of material.
Okay, because we need to try out something once you have time in the future. Because a campfire is not really good for glass blowing, but if you can do a heat exchange there.
I don't think I can make it that hot. I'm gonna try to concentrate on her clothing that she's wearing and try to make it warmer, just warm it up, basically.
Ooh, okay.
And use.
Oh yeah, that's not hot enough.
Yeah, he's not setting you on fire, don't worry.
No. It's just warming up precipitation. It's nice. It's nice and cozy. It's maybe a little bit too warm with the surrounding temperature, but.
Alright, if you ever have something more, then let me know.
I mean, I can do this one thing, but it takes on different elements. So I'm not even sure if it does
Okay.
The last time I did it, it was acid, so maybe not that.
We don't want that. No.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, hi. You back?
Right. Piggy for dinner.
Ooh, nice.
Tracked the two runaways.
Balls.
They went pretty deep into the woods. So
Oh, you did you? You tracked them.
I tracked them
find
to.
them?
No, the tracks led into an area where there was some sort of unnatural kind of fog. Very much like the fog last night, presumably. So they've basically altered in deer form, I guess.
So they are at Sarah's place now.
If not yet, probably by the time I got back, yes. Yeah.
You hear FUD outside the tent.
Yeah.
Hi.
Squeak.
Squeak.
We're outside of the tent because we're messing with fire. So.
Okay. Then you have a FUD next to you, and then you have a very squinty, giant bat, the size of a small dog, crawling, and then looking at Viera squintily.
Is this your friend?
Yeah, this is Nom Nom Nom.
He yawns and dislocates his jaw while doing that.
You didn't tell me he was this cute.
Ugh.
Cute?
I mean,
Define cute.
I mean,
He opens his mouth.
he's got that ugly cute face, you know? She's more squishy.
he likes eating sturges too, so I think if we're going back into the swamp, we're taking him with us, because he can eat them.
Oh, that's useful.
Just to point that out.
Ooh, so you can switch your bear animal thing. Do you want him?
No.
Why not?
They've got black hunting cats in the western part of the island.
When are we going that way? In a few days' time?
I was gonna
Probably,
do it
no.
on the way out of leaving the village, because they are deer people. I doubt they like hunting cats much.
Yes.
But yeah, at some point we'll see how things go with the other stuff.
Alright.
And Viera holds up the second sturge just to keep the bat's attention.
It
And
gets
then,
closer.
No, she hides it. Because the deal was you gotta fly first. Fatty,
It
come on, do some exercise.
it climbs on top of you and then uses you basically as jump off of you, and does like a swing, and starts gaining.
Momentum.
Mhm.
I'll be right back, I suppose.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Yeah. And Viera just takes off running after the bat.
It flies 5 miles before it lands.
I hope the cat is as cute as that. Nom nom.
So that's about an hour and a half.
It is faster than you if it flies, right?
So I'm having to run
Yeah.
again.
Well, you're gonna be tired.
I'm gonna be exhausted.
Oh,
After
1.5
this.
hours more of reading? Amazing.
yeah.
I'm gonna
Good to
mark
know.
that down.
And 1.5 hours running back again.
So
Yeah.
3.
Walking. Otherwise, I'm gonna make you
Yeah,
start rolling exhaustion.
Actually, I am gonna run back.
Roll me Constitution saving throw.
I am gonna run back because that's on purpose.
Okay.
So it's 3 hours.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Once we get back to the camp, I will hold the sturge out for it to eat.
Nom 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 nom. It's like
Yeah.
juicy everywhere.
Hop, grease down its chin. Yeah, it's all good.
And it's probably like blood that in the sturge still from one of us.
Yep.
It's like no, but it's also like the squishy insides of a bug. So basically, Cass is like, bleh, I'm not hungry anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
mm.
I
But
slowly
you
try not
do-
to reach and scritch it.
You do have a roasted pig on the campfire.
Roll me an animal
just to
handle
point
check, Samira.
Yes.
Yeah, it's super into the scritches.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here come the scritches.
You know what I said when I'm with you guys?
Mhm.
I'm regretting that decision. You guys are fucking weird.
There's nothing wrong with scritching a bat.
You're weird too. Just
He just
you
gave me valuable information. Like, I already knew it was about 10 miles because that's how far I've just run as a panther through the
I think
forest.
he's just
But
a cutie. Just all bloody on
yeah.
the face.
He would have, by the
Yeah.
way, in the original. Just a second. Yes, Maya, you can have your chocolate. No, not the entire thing. Gimme. Bring it here. No.
yeah, give me the other half.
No, not the entire thing. We're not eating the entire. Wait.
So the bat said earlier that he needs to rest 2 or 3 times.
3 times.
So
3 times.
yeah,
So it's 15
so-
miles.
it's at least 15 miles to the Blue Woman's place.
That's how many
The
hours of
interesting
walking?
thing is, he knows where it is.
Oh.
Did you like
Because
ask him?
otherwise he wouldn't know how far away it is.
Did
There's
you-
a good boy.
Can you like ask him what he thinks of the blue woman? If she's nice or not?
I could, but I'll have to sit here and kind of cast again.
But it doesn't seem like he's gonna go anywhere anytime soon because he basically made himself comfortable in Samir's lap.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is gonna
You'll
keep
have
happening as long as it's
you'll have
good.
to spit roast the piggy, Cassius. I'm afraid, because I don't think you want bat fur all over it.
Nope.
Nope, me neither.
I'll do it. Give me the pig.
And I'll begin ritual casting Speak with Animals.
Cassius, do you know how to cook?
Nope.
Roll me a survival check, please.
Ah,
Is Samira
fine.
giving him instructions?
No.
Okay. This is gonna be
I
funny.
am distracted right now. It's the cutest animal I've seen in
Aha!
You kind of logic it out.
Turn it again.
I'm
Keep
amazing.
turning.
I'm amazing. Just do like a little dance while it's cooking. Like, yeah.
You remember, you've been to enough taverns to know that what a spit roast is, right? How to
Yeah,
and you kind of figure it out. It's a bit uncanny because you kind of have to impale it on the stick, right?
Fine. I impale
And-
hobgoblins on this.
And it takes effort, right? It's kind of like surprising how much effort it takes to push a rod through a pig, right? But it's not that big of an animal to begin with, right?
It's not a sentence I hear very often.
Yeah. Question is, did you do it snout first or butt first?
With a 19, I would probably know not to do it butt first.
So yeah, you manage it. And the nice thing about roasting pig, which you already know from all the taverns, is that you can if you have bread and stuff, you can keep dipping it into the dripping fat basically as it roasts.
Yeah, but we don't have bread.
No, you don't.
We just have pig.
Just piggy.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to try to use predidigitation again to flavor it.
Ooh.
To, yeah.
Bacon flavored piggy.
So yeah, in the 10 minutes it took you to cast the spell, he basically managed to get it on the rod.
Comfortable there.
Nah.
Sounds like it. So, do you know the blue lady? Because you obviously know where she is.
What's a lady?
Blue woman.
Oh, the swamp, yes.
Yeah. So, what do you think of her? Is she nice? Is she not nice?
She's not my kind. Not the flying kind. She's not a monkey.
No, she's not. Does she ever give you food? Or does she throw things at you?
No. She's not our kind. She doesn't care.
Does she ever talk to you?
No, she talks to the water creatures.
The water creatures, so the crabs.
The crabs, the fish, the octopus, the snake, the lizards.
All the poisonous things.
No. Not just poisonous things.
All the water things.
All the water things.
Yeah. And then
Small fish,
just
big fish.
Revert back to normal and just say to Cassius, he doesn't know much about her. She's the water person. Lives in the swamp, talks to all the water creatures, doesn't talk to him.
Alright.
Doesn't give him anything, doesn't throw anything at him. He's neither good nor bad. So,
That figures.
any other questions while I've got the spell running?
Where does Lucky Scratch best?
Oh yes, that's the important thing to know.
You mean this for me right now?
asking the bat, is there anything else useful you can tell us about the blue woman?
The bat.
Mm-hmm.
Useful how? I don't know what you taste like.
Do you normally eat people?
No.
Okay. Is there anything else you can tell us about her or where she lives? There's always a fog.
Yes.
Why is there a fog?
I don't know. There's a fog.
Does it always move with her? Have you ever seen her without fog? When was the last time you saw her before last night?
Sometime.
Where do you like to be scratched?
He lifts his little head and like basically shows the throat and you know, underneath the chin.
The throat, under the chin, like a
Come
dog.
here.
By the way, for Samira, he's just like opening his mouth basically and keeping his eyes closed.
Yo. He's so cute.
Might be dinner tomorrow.
I like the way you think, yeah. Very
You're up for a
practical.
fight right
No
now.
nonsense.
So yeah,
I think I'm gonna turn in early.
Alright.
You wanna
I'm
take the last one?
Well,
Last watch?
if I do, yeah,
You
if
can't
you
break
guys
it up,
don't
right?
mind.
Yeah. I'm a
Can't
bit.
break it up first or last.
Mhm.
Alright. Oh,
So
it's not too late. I'm gonna be up a while still. And what do you want to take, Cassius?
I'll be up for a little bit to read this as much as I can.
Same
It's
here.
kind of interesting, but
I
also
can give you that dark vision again before I go to sleep if you want.
if I'm taking the first one, that would be useful. Yeah. So,
I'll reach over and kind of draw a paw symbol on your forehead and then touch you between the eyes. And you get dark vision for 8 hours.
and I remembered what the bat
So,
actually is
another-
called. It's the flying fox.
The flying
Ooh.
fox.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also just gonna kind of pat Cassius on the shoulder before heading to bed. And you
Oh
can
yeah, she's
roll,
cutie.
Yeah,
you
right?
can roll a d8 to Cassius.
My intuition was correct.
mhm.
They're
You
adorable,
get that
yeah.
bonus to your initiative for the next 8 hours as well,
Alright.
just in case. And then Vieira will head off to bed.
You make me feel all tingly.
Oh,
Wait long. Wagging my eyebrows.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read a bit more. How long can we read until we have to take watches, basically, when we start
Yeah,
resting?
good question.
Well,
Yep.
sun rises at 6 a.m. You need 8 hours of rest.
Mhm.
So
What time is it
you can read another hour. I mean,
Okay.
you can sleep in the morning.
And an hour.
No, nothing stops you from sleeping in. You don't have to get up at 6 a.m.
Yeah, but we were going to do the message thing early in the
Yeah,
morning, so
So
I think
another hour of reading, and then I go to bed as well.
Yeah.
And the hour of reading was halfway, one hand scritching, one other hand paging me, turn the pages.
The super cute The super cute thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Here for the rest of you. This is what they look like.
They got a little mane. That's so cute.
They're huge, by the way.
Don't forget to name him Nom Nom Nom.
Yeah,
Nom
we need
nom
them in the
nom.
character vault.
Yeah. Nom nom nom. I will find an extra cute one, and then. Because there's some that look super like cute derpy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
they have like the
nice.
huge eyes and the tongue a little bit out, they do like a. There's perfect pictures of these creatures. Like I love them. Like in real life, that's so amazing.
Yeah.
They look so amazing.
So yeah. Who takes first watch?
Alright.
Me
Woo!
with
Uh,
dark vision.
Yay! Roll me a perception check with no disadvantage.
13.
Woo! It's a normal dark night, no fog.
Okay, that's good. Yeah,
Well, the fog didn't come until later in the watch because I took the first
Yeah.
watch.
that's fair. That's fair. Oh, then it's someone else's problem.
Oh. Then it's Samira.
Yep. Spent my watch trying to see if Nom Nom's gonna come back.
Nom nom gone. Nom nom nom.
Yeah, he gotta feed himself.
Yeah. He on the prowl. He now say that now he looking for a partner.
No. Good luck.
Because it is spring.
It is spring.
Yep.
Yeah, no, nothing's happening. No fog.
Right. Quiet night. Just shaking Vera awake.
My watch already.
Nothing happened, so went by quick.
Good. I'll wake you guys up if there's any fog or anything else. But
Alright.
otherwise, get some rest.
Okay, night.
Perception check, I presume.
Twice. Yeah. Because I'm doing, in case you guys haven't noticed, I'm doing one perception check per 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You see towards the end of your watch, Nom 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 settling down on the branch.
No. Ooh.
I am obviously wide awake at this time of night.
Yeah. You like,
Pre-dawn.
he has a friend.
Ooh.
Oh.
They kind of cuddle with each other at the end
Maybe
before
not.
it gets light. And that's pretty much it. Nothing happens.
Okay. Long rest.
Yeah, you can long rest.
It's a new day.
Can I use one of the healer's kits to patch myself up?
Yeah.
Well, there's one on Matteo, so yes, you can, without asking me, take one.
Mhm.
So you just have to reduce that.
Okay.
by one
Actually,
charge.
as we wake up, Samira, I think I'm still a little bit sore from the sturge hitting me. I think I
Yes?
need. Can you do your thing?
Oh, you could
I
have
think
asked me that yesterday.
Oh,
Is that alright?
sorry.
If we're gonna be in a fight today, then...
Okay, maybe it's. I
No,
feel
come
fine.
here,
Otherwise.
come here.
It's just 1 hit point.
Slap him on the neck. Give him one.
Why do you slap there? Oh, come on.
You need a
Thanks.
bit of tough love sometimes.
Eyebrow wiggle.
Slap him again.
Wow.
So yeah, you get that one.
It's a new morning.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm already awake, I'm going to move away from the camp a little bit.
Well, I assume
of
you already prepped 4 hours ago.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay. I now need to actually figure out what I'm preparing. And what I'm unpreparing, more importantly.
And this is the moment where Shinny starts singing the Jeopardy music.
The what music?
The Jeopardy waiting music? The quiz show?
Never heard of it.
As an FYI, I reduced the charges on his kit already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For Chris.
Okay, I changed it down to a 9.
Oh, where did you change it?
There's the healer's kit under consumables. Just hit edit, and under consumable usage it says 9 out of 10 charges. Is there a different healer's kit on
Yeah, I see. I was on the wrong thing. I see. You did good. You did good.
Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome, child.
Oh.
God. Children.
Oh man, it's so difficult. Like I can't wait. Like it was a bit easier with having Snaga in the group, so I could actually talk for Snaga occasionally. It's like so difficult. Like I have to sit here and be quiet the entire time.
Yes, you do.
But you can only speak when you need to play a bet.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's fine. It's fine.
Or villagers.
It's fine.
Or anyone else. Or the environment, so.
Oh yeah, it's the morning. You still have some leftovers from last night. Piggy. Cold piggy.
During breakfast, so, how are you gonna do the message thing?
Yes, I am. I'm gonna look around for any kind of...
Do you want to ask Mortag if she has anything to relay?
I'm just gonna ask her to meet the village at the edge of the forest on the other side of the river. Neutral ground.
They want to speak and make up for
Because
mistakes?
they want to... they want to apologize and make up for the problems and talk and have good relations once again.
You can say that, like, all...
How much can you say?
How are you going to say it?
Well, first of all, I have to find a creature that can take the message for me. So, I was originally thinking a bird or a bat, given that there's now two of them above us.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Yep.
Ooh.
But
yeah, you have 2 giant upside down sacks. Sorry.
I'm also thinking it might be more sensible to ask a water-based creature.
But how are they gonna... If they have trouble reaching, then that's a problem.
Well, things like snakes are also water-based creatures.
Not exactly fast, though, are they?
Snakes can move fast.
Really?
Depends on the kind of snake.
Especially in water.
I mean, I've never seen snakes in water move, that's true, but on ground they're usually... well, slower than you walking.
Only because they don't want to go somewhere quickly. If you've ever seen a snake chasing something, then they can move fast.
I've seen a snake run, so kind of, yeah.
But I think I have to be careful about what sort of message I send.
Yeah, you don't want to say the wrong thing.
We don't want to upset the spirit.
Or you can.
And how... what are you gonna say this in common, or because you can't...
Well, she can speak to animals, and it'll be
Yeah.
the animal conveying the message.
Oh, okay.
So
I don't know how this works.
presumably, she'll understand.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Hopefully.
I don't know. She was trying to kind of calm me down when I was in my panther form, so she's got some limited ability to either calm or speak to animals, I think. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a crab companion.
Fucking crabs. Should know she was shifty.
Yep. It's because they never look at you head on, they always go sideways.
Exactly. Alright. So you have to catch a snake?
I have to find a snake first, I think. And I'm going to take a tiny sliver of boar that's left over from last night. Because the material component is a morsel of food. And I'm going to kind of make my way across the other side of the river. And then have a look for a snake. The first snake I come across.
Survival check.
It was good, and then it fell off.
It takes you a while. Good hour. You find one. Yeah, hidden between the roots. It's why it's so difficult to find them.
Okay, now
Yeah.
another hour.
Yeah. Well, yeah, books.
Books! Dun dun dun. So once I find the snake, I take it it's not moving, it's like pretending it's hiding.
It's
and
hiding,
sleeping
yeah.
During the day.
It's doing the
Yeah.
tongue poke out to see what you're doing.
Yeah, and I will move away because I don't need to be close. And I'm gonna settle down about 25 feet away from it, so
Yeah.
I'm quite far. And then I'll begin. I'll put the food down, first of all, in front of me on a leaf. And I'll begin ritual casting Animal Messenger.
Okay. The food eventually draws it closer. It's actually disconcerting because you could only see the head, and the head absolutely did not convey how big this thing is. It's actually like I wouldn't say a full-size anaconda, but like it's along those lines.
Nice.
But yeah, you have your animal messenger.
Keep in mind, it only works on a tiny beast.
Oh, okay. Well, no. Then you would have found
So
a smaller
if,
snake.
If it's an anaconda, it's the wrong sort of snake.
Yeah, no, you would have then okay, you found
I'll
a
need
small
to go
snake.
hunting more snakes.
You found a small snake. A bit. It would have taken you a tiny bit longer. But yeah.
So yeah,
Another hour.
Cast Animal Messenger on the snake. Say again?
It would have been another hour. Just telling them so they can keep reading.
Did you say another hour?
Yeah.
Oh, the book reading. Yeah,
Nope.
you get another hour.
Nice.
Lovely. God.
So given that it's a water creature,
Yeah.
I'm going to, in my head at least, assume that it knows about the woman in the fog. And as part of the spell, I can specify a location.
Mm-hmm.
Which I've been to.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I'm going to specify the edge of the fog
Mm-hmm.
as the location.
Mm-hmm.
And somewhere in that fog, because I don't know quite where she is. There is a woman with a giant crab companion. And I'd like you to deliver a message for me.
Okay. What's the message?
The message is, and I get 25 words.
Yes.
The village would like to meet you to apologize and make offerings. They want the problems to stop and to honor you like they did. There's 25 words.
And to honor you like they did. 25 words.
Yep.
Who of you was sitting there and going with the fingers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Me.
Me.
I now know
How Travis feels.
well, no,
Yeah.
I know sort of how Laura feels, because she starts in her head with a conversation, and then she's watching Travis's fingers go down and figuring out what she can say with what's left.
He did better than she does usually.
Yeah. So there you go. There's my message.
What was the message? I missed it.
The village would like to meet you to apologize and make offerings. They want the problems to stop and to honor you like they did.
Ah, okay.
Not where
Pretty
where
good.
they should be,
No.
but
No, but I've specified the village.
Yes, it's
So presumably she will either send a message back or she will come to find us.
very polite.
Because she knows where the village is. She was here last night. And she obviously has no problem coming in when she thinks everyone's asleep. So. And then obviously I present the morsel of food to the snake so that it can eat it.
Yeah. What's the morsel of food?
It was a sliver from the boar.
Nice.
So fresh meat. It can travel at 25 miles in a day.
Yeah. Mhm.
So as long as it's within 25 miles, the message will arrive.
Yeah. Okay. It's gone. Slither,
And then
slither.
I get up and cross the river again.
Mhm.
Check myself for leeches.
Investigation, please.
that laugh, Shinny. That's
That
You're fine.
And settle down in front of the campfire, and I'm going to poke the campfire.
Mhm.
Busy reading, like.
So message sent.
Message sent.
Yep, so now we gotta wait.
Yeah. It's going to take most of the day for the message to get there, I think. So if we do get any kind of response, I wouldn't be surprised if it's later tonight or tomorrow.
Alright. How you gonna spend your day? You don't have to read like we do.
I figured that I will ask the chief if they can start teaching me herbs. After all, I have done quite a fair bit already. And I will also tell her about sending the message on.
Could I ask you for a favor? Since I'm gonna be busy the next at least 2 days. I don't know if it's... Cassius said he feels like he needs something else. Something's missing. I kind of feel the same way about another thing. like, could you get me some herbs, something like incense-esque? I just feel like I need it for something.
Do you mean something to burn that
Yes,
kind of
yes,
creates a scent?
something, to burn, to make smoke, something like that.
Well, I mean, you've got a campfire sitting in front of you, but
Yes. But I think it needs a bit more. I don't know how to.
what about you, Cassius?
I need
don't know,
weed.
it's really. Yeah, something to burn. Honestly, Fiera, I think I don't I wouldn't know from the top of my head. Could be anything. I need to see it, I think, or feel it
What is it you need it for?
to do magic. No, to find out exactly what a magic thing does. Kind of. I get this
like my
feeling.
thing.
I think a bit more specific.
Okay.
I get a resonance from the item itself, but I think I can go deeper, like with the thoughts, but then
Oh,
with
like
with
the
a thing.
uses, like the bag, what it does.
Maybe. Yeah, I think. I don't know, but there's like a I
There's a
don't know.
requirement.
There's some power that I'm lacking that I don't have that needs it. It needs to do like channel, I guess, like maybe like with the
Well,
ball.
like the animal messenger spell I just sent, obviously I have to make an offering to the animal.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes perfect sense to me since I basically have the same urges right now. I guess I need something to burn to make some sort of I don't know, offering, I guess I'd call it.
What's the date here?
Date?
Mm-hmm.
Out of character?
In character.
In character. Let me just well, I don't know about this place here, but if we were back in Faron, it would be, I think it would be the 23rd. Why?
That's it. Just thinking. Nothing special.
Okay. I know you're gonna be busy with herbs and everything, but because you are getting to know them and everything, could you try and find something for me?
I probably know what you're going to ask for.
I mean,
Okay.
they were going to give us everything or anything, right? So
What would you
bring back a bunch.
Just grab
Just
handfuls.
bring back one of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, just give me options to choose from. I'm thinking like Cassis, I know when I see it, but I know it's something I need to burn.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
okay. Yeah.
If they have booze, that would also be great.
drunken reading, huh?
I somehow doubt that's probably going to be a good idea. So I may skip on the booze, at least for now.
I think we still have wine, don't we?
No.
We still have... Do we not?
No.
We still got spirits.
Yeah, no.
Why don't we have wine anymore?
We used it, didn't we? We gave it to the dwarf.
We gave one bottle to the creepy guys, and then we aced one before the tower.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
we celebrated.
True. We have some hard liquor still.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff
that burns a hole into your stomach.
Hard liquor.
Yeah.
And it's just slightly. One of them is just slightly opened.
It leaves
so,
you with no teeth.
It's not really my thing.
Mine neither. So.
But like,
maybe they have
I think he was
syrups to sweeten it. Yeah.
Oh, like mix it.
Yes.
Oh, that's kind of no. It's good because it's training for this book I'm reading.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, that could work.
It's an experiment.
Mix and match.
It's like, Viera, bring me back sweet stuff.
You can make some sort of punch or something like that.
Exactly.
Yikes.
Well,
That's
the
really-
crop that these people have been putting in the ground tastes sweet.
Sugar
Quite
cane.
literally sugar.
I'm sure they'll give you some of that for free. But
Get
yeah,
some fruit to add as a base, and you're good to go.
Mm.
And then Cassius invented caipirinhas.
Oh man, I'm gonna be a bartender now.
Hell yeah.
Alchemy bartender. It's gonna
for
be
the
great.
rest of your days.
Well, I
It's gonna
mean,
be-
cocktail making is technically alchemy, so there you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love that.
Anyway,
And I can do all the
what
tricks
is
with sleight of
Viera
hand, all the
doing?
bottle spins.
We
That's
digress.
perfect for you.
I'm gonna head to and find the chief
Yes.
and tell her that I've sent the message, but it's probably going to take some time for a response because it's going to take the animal most of the day to get
Where are
there
you looking for the chief?
in the village.
Okay. You will find her eventually. People will point her out in the big round hut.
Yep.
With her wife. Very roles reversed as she's bending over a very unconscious Vasa and tending to her with Sturmas.
An unconscious
Vasa.
did you say? She came back.
Are you saying it a lot?
Yeah.
And they both women turn to you, and then Motak looks very tired, by the way. Also, Sturmas. And Motak just shakes her head. The bunny brought her back. They found her on the hunt, unconscious, with bloody tears on her face. Barely alive.
Any visible injuries?
No. Besides the blood coming out of her ears and nose and eyes. No.
I take it she's asleep.
Or unconscious. We couldn't wake her up so far.
Has anyone seen the other one?
No,
Grassa?
not yet. But if she's out there in the same state, and she just shakes her head.
Well, do you think it was the spirit that did this?
It matches the stories of the swamp across the river, where people would cry themselves to death. I've never seen it until last night.
What time did she come? Did she show up?
The man found her on the way home, on the usual route. It's almost as if somebody placed her in the way to be found.
I suspect that probably is true. I tracked the two of them as far as the fog. But I wasn't going to go in there on my own.
The fog?
The fog. There's a deep fog surrounding the blue woman wherever she goes. It would seem.
We've never been that far on the other side. We wouldn't know. I suppose the stories are true. And we are supposed to stay away from it.
Either that or this is a response for her failing.
But failing what?
Well, she was given something by the blue woman and obviously given a job to do. And she failed that.
But what was that job?
Putting the rest of you to sleep, I suspect.
I don't know. If this
Either way,
started...
I've sent a message to the Blue Woman. Told her that you want to make peace, that you want to honor her like you used to do, and solve the problems affecting your village.
Did you get an answer?
No, of course not. It takes time.
Oh, of course.
So, the animal should get there sometime around sunset today. And I guess she will either come or she won't.
She
Don't
nods.
think it's wise for anyone else to go into that part of the woods. If I'm honest.
Is there anything we can do for you?
Well, when we first arrived, we did say that we were interested in learning about the land, the herbs. Things here are very different from where we came from. It'll take a little bit of time, but familiarizing myself with the antitoxin herbs that you use is a good start. And one of my companions needs something to burn, like an incense, something that gives off a smell safely.
We have things like that, yes. And she will give you what you need.
Well, I was more interested in learning how to gather them.
Stormus will
Rather
look at you,
rather than just being handed them.
and she will say that her daughter Heftek can absolutely take you and show you around and
The
point out.
grumpy one.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
So yeah. That's unless you have questions.
Is somebody brewing an antitoxin for the woman?
They already gave her. She's not waking up. They're basically tending to her.
Would you like me to try and solve this?
If you can do something.
I've no idea if it'll work.
I fear her injuries, if they are in her head, this is beyond what we can do. And then Chris went silent.
Maybe I was thinking. First of all, I'm going to ritual cast detect poison and disease.
There is a slight aftertrace, but you figure they have given her already anti-poison, antitoxin, right?
So it's something in the system but clearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Very faint. It's way out.
Yeah. Apart from the tears of blood, is there any physical signs of injury?
No.
Nothing at all.
No. I mean, the tears are not there anymore. They cleaned her up, right?
Yeah. Presumably her eyes are still weeping blood occasionally, though.
No.
No. Do I have any kind of indication of what is wrong?
Outwardly, no.
There's no physical symptoms at all.
She's unconscious. I mean, this from the description, it sounds like massive brain injury. She was bleeding out of nose, eyes, and ears.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the obvious of her being super pale, right? There's no outward.
She's gonna conjure a good berry, well, 10 of them in total, but she's gonna conjure the good berry and then ask one of them who's assisting to help her get this swallowed.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously kind of hold the tongue back, open up the mouth, put the berry in, close the mouth, kind of massage the throat so that she swallows it.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's like one of those things where like it doesn't jolt her awake immediately, right? But after a while, she does kind of like, and kind of like very groggily starts to like wake up. Like when she like finally
Keep her down.
I mean, she's not trying to get up.
Okay.
But as she like finally manages to peel her eyes open somewhat, her eyes are bloodshot, right?
Yeah.
To
She's
the point.
basically taken massive head trauma.
Yeah, it looks even like some blood vessels actually burst in her eyes. Like there's like full on, not just like bloodshot, but red, right?
Yeah.
And she kind of looks around, and she seems to be very confused. Where am I?
You're back in the village.
What
Alive.
happened?
What's the last thing you remember?
Looking for the alga.
Looking for the what?
The alga. And then Murtag will actually step in and say, the eye.
Looking for your talisman.
Not mine.
The blue ladies.
The spirit.
Is that why she's angry?
Angry? She's not angry.
What is she then?
I'm not. She's scared.
Why is she scared?
There's. There's something coming. Oh, a storm. A storm is coming. It comes sometimes, and we're too young to remember. But she remembers. And we damaged the forest too much. We drained
So what?
The
What's
lake.
this storm gonna do?
It's going to flood everything. In a bad way.
So it's gonna kill people.
People, animals, plants.
So why is she scared? If she knows it's coming, she can prepare.
That's what she's doing. That's what we've been helping her with.
Oh, we?
Me, Grasa. The village, to some degree, not knowingly.
So who's been poisoning everyone?
Poisoning? Oh, no, that was... What? Nobody has been poisoning anyone.
Well, somebody's been slinking around putting poison apple in your antitoxin.
It was... I didn't know what was in there. She gave it to me to give to Muatek to keep her healthy. She found out that something was going on and she followed Grasa. And we panicked and the spirit stepped in and made her forget. And we were sorry and we wanted to make her better. And she gave us herbs to keep her healthy. But she wouldn't wake up. We just tended to her.
So the spirit put her to sleep, but then you guys wanted to wake her up?
Oh, we thought if we just keep giving her the medicine, she will get better. But then we used the same medicine when you said that the money was poisoned, and then we all fell asleep. I don't think she wanted to trick us in a bad way. I think that was just an accident.
More attack? It's your village.
Like Muatak looks, but why not just ask us for help? Um, she doesn't have good experience with walking creatures on two legs.
But she asked you for help, so she must have some experience.
We found her and asked for favors and made offerings, like in the old stories. Most of us have forgotten about the stories and we don't even tell them anymore. It's been a long time since the lake was here, and it's been a long time since offerings were made.
Well, I've sent the blue woman a message that the village wants to help and that she should come here.
She doesn't like coming here.
She came here 2 nights ago.
No, we were always going into the forest.
Well then, someone pretending to be the blue woman was here 2 nights ago, poisoning everyone.
Who was poisoned?
Well, the 9 women. You all fell asleep.
No, that was my pouch that told you. I didn't understand what was in it until it was too late.
And 2 different people, 2 different things, saw the blue woman entering the village that night.
But we drank it before. Why would she poison us?
I don't know. She was here. Everybody didn't wake up.
Like, she looks confused at this point. Kind of the 2 other women as well. It's like Muatak goes like,
It's irrelevant. 2 people saw the blue woman in your village 2 nights ago.
yeah, but we thought that the poison was from the poison apple in the herb? Mortag asks.
Yeah, me too. But someone had to put it there, didn't they?
But Vasa just told you that she got the herb pouch from the woman.
Mhm.
But then why would she come if...
I don't know. She just was here. I'm just telling you what I know.
Like Vasa kind of like shrugs basically, because to her knowledge, basically, as she will repeat, the woman was never coming to the village. They always had to go to her.
Well then, like I said, someone masquerading as your blue woman is coming into the village at night.
Well, we wouldn't know about that.
Well then you better start setting up sentries and perimeter guards. Cause someone's fucking with you.
Well, either way, the message was sent. But if the actual blue woman doesn't come here, then she will not come here to talk.
Then you need to go to her. Sounds like Wassa can lead you there.
And Vasa kind of nods eventually. And then she kind of looks around and says, Grasa, where is she?
Well, you two turned into deer and bolted for the blue woman deep in the forest, in the swamp.
I don't remember.
Yeah, nobody seems to remember much around here.
No, I can't remember. I know she can do that. I don't remember. And kind of like, she seems to be drifting off again. She's very weak, right?
She probably needs some rest.
And Sturm was kind of like, thank you for bringing her back.
Wasn't me.
You gave us the berry.
That was nature that brought her back. I just know how to find the berries.
Well, thank you for finding them. Anyway, they will organize somebody to give you like, incense and that kind of stuff.
And then I'll spend probably the rest of my day learning herbalism from the grumpy teenager.
How many hours reading do we get done?
I mean, if she spends the rest of the day learning herbalism from the grumpy teenager, you get the rest of the day.
That's how much?
Well, it's currently about 7 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
It's about
So,
it's
as long
about
as you
9
like.
a.m.
Okay.
So
3, 6, probably 9 hours.
nice.
That'll take you up until 6 p.m.
Awesome.
And you start getting hungry for breakfast, I would imagine.
But yeah, I mean, you would have breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Yeah, we'd have like a time in between to eat.
It's all good. I'll come back to camp with berries.
Well, but unless anyone wants to do anything else in the meantime.
Just a question. Once I see the incense and everything that I was brought by Viera, does it seem enough for what I'm planning?
I mean, they piled it on. How much do you need?
Let me just look up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Just 10 gold worth.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright, awesome. So would it be for 1 dose, 2, how many?
I would say 3. 10
3,
gold.
okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. That's it.
Dun, dun, dun. I know what you're doing.
I know you know.
I have no clue.
I know you don't.
Summon familiar.
Yep.
Wait.
Yeah, 10 gold.
Mm-hmm.
She's pulling a Caleb.
Fair enough.
We're gonna have a Frumpkin.
Or a bet at this point.
It's probably going to be a flying fox.
A
or
num num
something.
num. A num num
A
num.
nom nom nom.
You're gonna be surprised, let me just say.
Boar. Oh no.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I come back to camp at breakfast time, and then hand them a berry each.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the
Had to
incense.
summon it. Had to summon them anyway. So turns out Wazza has shown up.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Blood pouring out of her ears, eyes, nose, mouth. Unconscious.
That's not good.
Seems like somebody didn't like her meddling. Very confusing conversation. The gist of it I get is that there are probably 2 blue women,
Oof. Why?
because the blue woman crab lady seems like the nice one. She's very desperately searching for that thing what we might have known the little girl had. And apparently there is a storm coming that is going to wash away everything and flood the rivers, and well, they weren't specific.
Right. And
That's
this
not good.
blue woman is looking for a solution by poisoning the village.
No, so that's why I say I think there's 2. I think there's someone trying to interfere, and I get the impression that there's a second spirit and or imitator poisoning.
Or but who is saying that this blue woman is looking for a solution?
Wazza is.
Can she be
pointed out that
trusted?
Well, if she gave that poison to Wazza, then why? That's
She
not.
didn't. As far as she knows, she's never been to the village.
No, but she got the herbs.
But not from the blue woman.
No.
No, the herbs are just part of their medicinal stockpile that they gathered themselves. And that's why I think it's been sabotaged by something else.
To be fair, Chris, I do want to point out that Viera has been specifically told that yes, she did get the pouch from the blue woman.
Since when?
That's what she told you.
She told that. That's what
Yeah.
I'm asking.
She told
I
you
don't remember that at all.
Yeah, she told you she got the pouch to help Murtag.
Yes,
And she
you
kept
have.
giving that to Murtag to try to nurse her back to health.
With the poisoned apple in
With
it.
the yeah.
Yep.
So basically she
She was
was
told
giving,
Mu-
and she told you she didn't know it was poisoned until she gave the same pouch to everyone, and then everyone fell asleep. And when she woke up, she realized, oh shit.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that
if
left
she,
me very confused.
Yeah, she's like flat out told you that she got the pouch from the woman.
Well, no, at the time you said she got the pouch to help Murtag.
yes,
Yes,
she was
You
from
told
the
didn't
woman.
say
help.
from
Yeah.
the woman.
No,
Yeah.
from the woman.
Alright.
So basically what she explained, here to reiterate, like to make it a bit more clear, is that Murtag like basically got suspicious of the 2 of them. Or at least of one of them, and she started following them to the woman. and was discovered. And then the woman basically knocked Murtagh out and then gave them the pouch to basically quote unquote nurse her back to health.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
like this woman, obviously the blue woman is misleading at least
Yes.
Vasa, at
Yeah.
least her, if also not Grasa, and is telling them that it's helping and that she would just wanted to interfere because why would she interfere if she got suspicious in the first place?
I mean,
Like
if
then you have
if
something to hide.
if she already lied about the poison being as something helpful, then why couldn't she have lied about trying to help the village?
Yeah, and then she says, "Well, no, Grasa and Wasa, you have to come to me because I don't want to go to the village." She just goes to the village whenever she fucking wants, so she's just misleading, or at least she's misleading Wasa. I don't know how.
Someone with the ability to erase memories can try how many
Yeah.
times she wants to lie until you believe her.
Yeah, she's.
Either way, I told them to post sentries and guards, so that's
Good
a plus.
idea.
Oh no, they're not gonna do it because we don't do nasty things to each other. These people are so
The
fucking naive.
sentries and the guards aren't to protect them from themselves, to protect them from outsiders.
Yeah, but they're. Why haven't they been doing that for 400 years? They're fucking idiots.
That is very
I
gullible.
can't disagree with you there.
Like I've been, I don't know. Like if you live anywhere else, you know not to trust anyone. Basically, this is
It's a bit,
so.
yes, it's a bit baffling that it's even come this far.
To come back to the point at hand, I don't think the blue lady is going to respond favorably to your message.
Yes, this new information is not
Did,
ideal.
did you see? So Vasa was struck down because she
Well,
lost the bowl.
no physical injuries, but it
Bleeding.
looked like she was just internally bleeding.
Yeah.
Yes, no physical injuries is big leap from there.
Yeah. So obviously this is not a good person or spirit or whatever. If she's really trying to help, she wouldn't be so vengeful.
Yes. I'm thinking
Yep.
this is not a benign spirit cheese. If at least she does not care about any casualties.
Well, no, Wazza was certainly going to die if I didn't do anything.
Yes. Let alone Murtagh would have wasted away.
Or just been asleep.
Yeah, but
Until she
slow
died.
dying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The question is it our problem?
Well, is it a question to you? I mean, what else can we do? We're not involved in here. We don't have strife with the spirit. Or at least I don't want to. Someone who can erase my memories is not someone I want to be on the bad side on.
No.
I mean, like I told Murtagh yesterday, I'm good with being a neutral third party overlooking things. Fuck taking sides here.
Yeah.
Because honestly, both sides are messed up.
Part of me's thinking just head west.
I'm thinking we just take advantage of how much we can, and then we need to prioritize and leave.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm with you. We can at least stay here for a little bit, wait what this message brings. But if there's really a storm or something coming that floods this island, I wouldn't even suggest going west. I would suggest going towards the capital.
Capital, I'd
Where
say
they
so.
have
At least try to
boats.
figure out. Yes, exactly. Try to figure out transportation.
I don't think the storm's coming anytime soon. It's not going to be here like tomorrow.
No, good.
Still, we don't know when, and
I'm going to do a weather forecast.
Nothing in the next 24 hours.
Just grey skies.
Scattered clouds.
Yep. No
The
storm in the
ocean
next
here,
day.
the ocean here, from what I've heard, is much more dangerous than the sea where I spend most of my time sailing. We have to prepare if it floods like that. No, we're on a time limit. Once again.
So I'm going to spend today learning herbs from the grumpy teenager.
By the way, thank you for getting my things.
Sure, no problem.
Where's the booze?
There's no booze.
Booze is on Mateo's pack.
Yep.
Just get it and experiment.
Hard liquor and experiment.
I'm thinking I kind of need something today after the news, so make it good.
I'm thinking today, learning herbs. It shouldn't take me that long to acclimatize similarities between where we've come from and what they have here. And then tomorrow will probably head west and see if I can find myself a cat.
Do you need companionship during that time?
You're welcome to come with if you want.
I'll see what I can do about the book, since we're kind of on the time limit there as well. If we have to leave in 2 days' time and I'm not finished, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I still have like more than half to go.
Well, I was thinking heading to the capital and then spending a couple of days there, at least then if a storm does hit, and if it is that bad, then, like you say, we're near the boats. So.
Well, I'm well over halfway there. I'm halfway into the book, so...
Maybe you should spend tomorrow reading while I go west.
I think the whole day tomorrow and should be.
Do you think it's safe to go on your own?
Good question.
I can move pretty unseen.
Are you sure? Because if you get in trouble,
we're not there for backup.
We're not there. And this island seems all kinds of fucked up.
So far, I think this world is all kinds of fucked up. The sun doesn't move. They have 2 months of the year where it's dark.
2 months of the year where animals are basically out for blood. So,
it's all a little bit crazy.
That is.
I think what I'll do is I'll scout first.
Okay.
And then if I think it's too dangerous to keep going, then I'll turn around and come back for you guys. But if it doesn't feel too dangerous...
I can help you for a limited amount of time, just keeping yourself hidden a bit. I don't know. I think I can do something, but not for long.
Something to consider is if you leave, you are in more danger, yes. But we're here. And if this lady thing decides to escalate,
yes.
Honestly, I think if you want to go west to find yourself a hunting cap, that's fine. We should move as a group to not only be separating you west, but also separating us here with these people. Because I don't trust them to defend us. Because they seem incapable. Sorry, they just seem incapable. Especially considering what we might be up against, some kind of weird magical creature that can make you cry blood and die.
Well, the thing I found strange is that the men found her coming back on their usual route. Is what they said. But I can't imagine their usual route means near the spirit. which
So
is
she was
obviously
dropped off to be picked up again?
she was dumped in the road, basically. That they knew she would
Maybe
be
a
found.
warning?
That's a clear message. Is that if I
Yeah,
never knew one,
that's a warning.
that's a
Yeah.
statement of don't fucking cross me.
Yeah. Which I'm honestly not gonna bother that type of creature. No.
So whatever else we decide to do, we should go as a group. Either we stay as a group for as long as that. Well, I'm a little bit further behind with my book, but as long as we need or as long as we think is viable, because we can also travel and going at a little bit of a slower pace, taking a couple of hours so I can finish it. Along the way, that's also fine, but I think we should do it as a group
I think
and
so
not
too.
separating. And scouting is fine, like a couple of hours, but I don't want to. I've seen what you two can do, and I'd rather have both of you close when shit goes down anywhere.
Yeah. I don't want to risk
I
some
think
sort
it's
of
wise to
mishap.
stick together, especially
Yes.
as we are still very fresh to this world.
Yeah.
Oh. So can you do you have something else in mind that you can do in the village tomorrow? Or around here tomorrow?
I mean, I can spend 2 days learning herbs. I'm not gonna learn everything in one day.
You could try to find out what uh, uh, fish are edible, since a lot of them are poisonous. Get some signs that tell you which one are not good
That's
for
not
eating here.
something I'm overly bothered about because I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that with my other skills I can figure that out anyway.
Okay. Any.
Um,
Hmm.
and that
Alright.
I feel like that's something that we're gonna learn as we travel anyway.
Okay.
Obviously, we can learn a little bit, but there's not an awful lot of fish for them to show us. The fish just aren't here anymore. That's why the men have to travel so far
That's true.
to get fish. So,
Can you? I mean, I don't want to ask what you would be doing, but maybe with the back in the other world, you were making these potions.
yeah,
That could be something, basically to prepare.
yeah. Um, we've got a couple each already.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't hurt to learn how to make those specifically. So I can spend today and tomorrow learning antitoxins and kind of healing brews.
Okay.
But I don't know. Like, given the state of Wasa, I'm not sure they know how to make them. Because that would have been like if poison is something that they instantly go for their antitoxin herbs. She was visibly injured, and nobody suggested anything. They just kind of sat around helpless.
Seems to be the general state.
And again, they didn't tell us.
True,
You had to go there.
Yeah.
which honestly doesn't make any sense. Like, these people, how they don't seem to know much at all about how to well, survive in situations like these.
Well, I mean, they've survived for this long, so they must be doing something, basically, right? But
Yes, but
I don't think
this,
they've ever faced situations like this. I think they've hunted and they've eaten and they've lived, and that's basically it.
well, if they don't adjust, then they're gonna be gone soon.
yeah. And
Yeah.
maybe a follow-up question for you two is, I know what my answer is, but if we decide to leave,
Mm-hmm.
these people are going to have to move out basically because this is not they're not gonna last. I'm
No,
fine with that. But what about you two?
I mean it's
I'm still
kind of yeah.
I'm
What do you,
slightly perturbed that nature a spirit of nature that they know of is so clearly violent.
Well, nature is violent.
Nothing. Nature isn't unnecessarily violent.
It's not vengeful, like with
Animals
the bleeding
don't-
woman.
Animals don't leave a bleeding corpse behind as a warning. They kill it, they eat it, they toy with it, they play with it, they leave it. It's not a warning.
Mm.
It's entertainment or food. Usually both.
Well,
I can't help but feel like there's something wrong with the spirit.
I don't know if I want to find out.
Yeah, but I'm still like, even though I'm more inclined to leave now, even more so, but the previous points that we made still stand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've done nothing but help them, so...
Yes. I mean, to your question, I'm not gonna risk my life for people I don't know. I'm not going to risk your lives for people I don't know, and they this to themselves, and if they
But
don't, if they can't move on and evolve to fit in anymore, I can't do anything about that.
Oh, they certainly need to adapt, or learn how to adapt, learn how to distrust, at the
I'm not-
very least.
I'm not gonna spend my life trying to get them back up again.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, it's just not viable to me. I mean,
it's. I'm
sorry to see them suffer, but
I'm just saying it because, I mean, you clearly are. You've you've both been through some shit. But what I don't want is, well, the best would be a clear conscience.
I mean,
But
My conscience is relatively clear here because we've helped.
exactly. We've helped them, and they have a choice now. Nothing is stopping them from thriving now.
Saved at least 3 lives in their village.
Now it's in their own hands.
Yeah.
And at the
We can't
same
baby
time,
them.
I tracked the 2 women as far as I dared to go on my own, which was probably too far in of itself. And as soon as I got to that unnatural fog, there is no way I would go in there even if both of you were by my side. Because that's not something we should be risking our lives for. Clearly, Waza went in there and came out almost a corpse.
Well, she also came also a corpse because she didn't have this thing that we have.
We don't know. We don't know why she came out.
She seemed very anxious to get it back, and very
She seemed
specifically.
very agitated, but when she woke up, she said that she and Graza went there because the spirit wouldn't come here, and that they went to help.
Yeah, but that was
Why
before.
would the spirit... Why would even if they were going to help, why would the spirit maliciously hurt the person they're trying?
Because they lost this item, which is obviously important.
But why did the spirit give it to them if it was so important?
To manifest their goal, and they proved to be incapable of it, and an example had to be made, a warning had to be made.
Honestly, from what I've seen of the spirit yet, you can't really think of it in simple terms of nature anymore. It's not an animal.
It's more like a human.
Yeah, it thinks, it plans, it influences.
It seems like a nasty bitch.
Yeah, very much so. Seems vengeful. Seems like it is.
So when we encountered it that night in the swamp, do you think it didn't attack because we weren't the Huamani?
I think we
Or
were
do you
just.
think because we were awake?
possibly
Could be
this.
either. Could be because we're outsiders and we have nothing to do with any of their grievances.
Possibly.
I mean, so it left us. She left us alone.
Yeah, but the second part might also be true. She saw 3 people,
Hmm.
one of whom was evidently capable of some bullshit with his banter. Maybe she didn't want to pick a fight she couldn't win.
Oh,
Or maybe would have a chance to win. I don't know. Like, I don't know what she.
yes.
Was there
No
any
idea on
fog
the
that night?
capabilities.
Do either of you remember?
Sorry?
Was there any fog that night?
I don't know. I don't really remember at the moment.
Y'all can roll me an intelligence check to see
Yes.
if you remember.
Please.
I'm asking because I don't remember.
Nope,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Samir, Cassius remembers there
Ooh,
was no fog.
Cassius
Cass-
to the rescue.
Cassius smart. Yeah, no fog.
Which makes me
But
wonder
maybe it's something
if...
she can.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's something
Maybe
I
it's,
think I would be able to create.
Maybe it's
if
a
I wanted to.
defensive, protective measure, and she was in a home area. Didn't
Maybe.
it's needed deem it necessary.
Maybe.
Or maybe there is 2 of them.
Maybe she
like,
wasn't
it's
expecting to come across anyone, and so it wasn't.
Yeah, both of
True.
you are right. We have no idea.
I kind of want to play the devil's advocate here, but
Yes.
what if this spirit, if she has a good reason to get these people gone and return into a lake, if she seems more powerful than these people, we could learn stuff from her.
Abel having PTSD flashbacks to the Dryad.
That was Nagui, we should point out.
Yeah, but it's it's by the way a creature from the same fucking book, right? Say.
No, no flashbacks. It's more me. Power. Tasty.
Well, if she's already gotten rid of one follower of hers, then I don't want to risk us being in the same position.
Yeah, fair. It was just something I was entertaining, but
Do you always consider allying yourself to the next best power giver?
you have to consider all the possibilities, right?
I mean, it's not a bad idea if she is a nature spirit and she certainly knows herbalism.
It's a stupid idea. I know it's fucking stupid. Like I don't want to end up in the
It's
same
too risky,
position,
it's
but
too
But you say that as outsiders, she wouldn't necessarily be hostile towards us.
Do we know that?
Well,
nope.
she could have attacked us last time and didn't.
Fair.
Because we were awake.
You two were barely awake because you got woken up with a growl.
Yes, because you were awake.
Fair.
But
Yeah.
And
she
we're
was
smart,
approaching, right?
and we're smart enough to set watches.
Yeah. But if all 3 of us are very awake and we go there,
I honestly don't want to mess with that. I don't like the idea of my memory being messed with. I don't like that. That's just something I just don't want to dip my toes
anybody
into.
likes the idea of their memory being messed with, but I'm not sure that's something that would be a problem. She would have to poison you first.
I mean, there's some stuff I don't want to forget. So.
Well, Murtag was messed with before she took the poisoned apple.
Yes.
No,
she doesn't
was
have
hit.
to poison you.
She was hit by something in the chest.
Maybe it was like a minor version of the.
Maybe it's like the spore thing. Maybe she has something like that too. That messed with the memories, correct?
Well, the messing with the
Whatever it
memories
is.
maybe came later. Maybe the first initial thing was just to knock her out, and then it was like, oh, give her this and she'll get better. But in the meantime, it was
And actually
keeping
it'll
her
forget.
asleep. Yeah.
And she'll
So
forget.
maybe that part was later.
Mm. I just don't want to risk it. Gives me the hives. The thought of it.
Hmm.
Still, if there's anything that belongs to me, it's all mine. Don't want to risk that.
Fair enough. So we stay here for
At least tomorrow.
tomorrow.
And
See what goes from there.
happens.
See what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And
But like you say, you don't think anything's gonna happen. She's not gonna respond to the message.
or she's going to escalate, and it can be
Yes.
sooner rather than later.
Exactly. We'll have to do a good watch tonight.
Yep.
And if any fog comes, then
Wake up everyone.
everyone, yes.
No excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna head off and find Grumpy Teenager.
Alright. We're gonna continue
do-
reading.
Herbalism for a day.
And skip forward to 6 p.m. Well,
Yep.
Ginny's fallen asleep, I think.
No,
Oh, there you are.
I've been actively listening.
Good. So I'm gonna find Grumpy Teenager and do herbalism, specifically antitoxins and healing brews
Yeah,
or healing herbs.
yeah.
Because Vieira is now very concerned as to why someone shouts poison and they go running headfirst for the antitoxin cabinet, and someone shouts injured and everyone sits around helplessly.
Well, Haftik will actually explain to you that they gave her healing potions. It's just, as you well know, healing potions are not an magical cure-all that immediately heals all wounds and, makes stuff. If an injury is really serious, it takes some time. It's just accelerated healing.
Okay.
So you don't know how many hit points she was, how seriously she injured she was, and what the kind of injury it was, right? But they did give her a healing potion, and Haftik will tell this to you.
Okay. Well, good to know that you know what it is and you know how to make one. Now
Yeah.
you can show me.
Yeah, she will.
Excellent. Thank you. So if she can give me like a rundown basics, Vieira's obviously trained herbalist. She's basically going to start with the basics: antitoxin herbs, healing brew
We can
herbs,
go over
like,
that
yeah,
during the week.
OC,
Yeah.
how to go, yeah. But yeah, she's just going to get Heptag to go through, and she's going to start at the herbalism basics and then get Heptag to show her piece by piece. I know her name's not Heptag. It's something else.
Haftik, yeah.
Heptag.
Yeah.
And just basically get her to show me basics through to advanced, and show me one of the herbs and then how to cultivate it. And presumably, because I know herbalism, it's going to be a lot quicker for me to relearn herbalism.
Yeah, I mean, she will point out the most common things for this area, right?
Yes, of course, yeah. So, yeah, so do that. And I think the plan, party, is to do that for 2 days, basically.
At least one.
Yep. So we're doing it for today and expecting the message to get there tonight.
Yeah, at least for today.
Sticking around here tomorrow as well.
So we're picking it up next week at 6 p.m. dinner time.
I forwarded to 8 p.m. as well.
Oh, for 8 p.m. Okay, so 2 extra hours to reading, everybody.
2 more hours. Yeah.
Apart from
Well, in the meantime, Guesses will propose to Samir for like half an hour sparring because he's getting super bored.
And the other thing is also that she wouldn't have just shown you the herbs, but also how to prep them, because you have to know what to cut, how to cut it, how to brew it, how long to brew
flowers,
it.
Is it stalks? Is it stems?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
I retract one of those hours for the spa.
I
and-
trust you all to be very capable of taking care of that.
And
Yes.
also spending some of the time after the spa to
I'm
try
also
out
amused that
intent.
nobody's calling. It's like, oh, we're over time. End the session now.
Shush, keep going.
No, we keep
No.
going.
We can keep
I
going.
spent like
I want to
after the
ask you
spa,
all something.
Wait,
magic
let-
awareness.
Sorry.
Can
Yeah.
I speak? Sorry, I just want to say I'm gonna spend some time with the magic awareness, like we're doing both times in intent to try and get a bit
Yeah.
more used to it.
It's easier in the tent because the tent is, but like I said, it's like a background radiation that you're still picking up, but it's
Yeah.
not as mind blasting as it is when you're doing it outside the tent. The tent is
Yeah.
actually a
Yeah.
really good method to do that. Like basically, if you're doing 2 attempts, just roll me quickly 2 wisdom saves with advantage.
Right.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
And the other's a 16.
I'm,
Nice.
I'm I'm somewhat slightly disappointed that a natural 20 ends up as a 19. But
Yeah.
okay.
It's still a nat 20,
You are
but
doing
it doesn't
it.
matter.
It is.
Like, yeah. You're like, as long as you hit 15 above on the saving throw in the tent, you're fine.
Yeah. Okay. With the natural.
And like I
20,
said,
I'll do
just
good
use the
first time.
table right that I gave you in the resources. We're gonna go with touchy feely and colors.
Colors. Yep.
Alrighty. Good.
And then if we... So did you fast forward to 8 p.m. on the same day we're currently on?
Same day, yeah.
Yeah, it's the
Right.
Because it would have been around 8 p.m. by the time you would have been done brewing and like, or at least setting up
Yeah.
the brewing, right?
Part of the conversation with Heftag is also going to be around herbs that might help prevent or ease that period of the month.
Okay. That's something we need to sit down and figure out during the week, because I haven't actually looked into the details for that. But yeah, she absolutely has stuff for that.
Sure. Because a part of me is wondering if the same sort of thing has happened and that's why they're infertile at the moment.
Ooh, interesting. Interesting take there.
Because you never know, they mix poison apple in with the antitoxin, they might be mixing infertility in with the food.
Exactly.
God knows. Yeah. So yeah.
Alright, I got a week to prepare my summoning spell.
Oh.
Well,
So yeah.
Yeah.
I think, are we going to leave it there, or are we
we're
going to
gonna-
carry
I
on?
think-
Because I
I
can
think-
carry on.
I think we're gonna leave it there. It's already
Okay.
overtime, so. And if we continue, then
Yeah, it's going to get ridiculously over time.
Yeah.
I wanna do my summoning ritual and start.
I do have a
next week, so I
question
gotta
for all of
prepare
you
that.
at this point.
Yes. Yes.
And the question is, when I know that your character would have, this is why I clarified what Vieira heard and what Chris heard like earlier, right? I'm not struggling with stuff where like I absolutely know like when it's a case of like your character would know better, so I'm like giving you the information then anyway because your character would know better, right? But if it's a situation where I'm actually not sure because it could go either way, 50-50, do you want me to do the stuff of like, hey, roll me an intelligence check, and then depending on the check, let's see what happens?
It's kind of gray. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like the remembering the mist thing. I think that's fine.
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, remembering
Also
the
with
mist is
puzzles,
fine.
but
If
with
it's
puzzles,
obvious
it's
that
also
a
helpful.
player has forgotten something or misunderstood something,
Yeah.
then I think clarity is better because that is something the character would know.
Yeah.
And that is
Yeah.
something the player has misunderstood.
Yeah.
I think it's analyzed,
unless that's part of the trick, unless that is you're trying to specifically test that.
Because I know that
puzzle
people
or
misremember things. It's completely normal in and out of character, right? So I usually don't tend to mess with it, right? Because none of you has keen mind, and therefore.
There is that, yeah.
So yeah.
If every GM just pointed out the stuff that was blatantly gotten wrong, then keen mind would
Yeah, I
be
mean,
worse.
this is why I pointed out the whole thing with the pouch, because
Yeah.
you got it blatantly wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't have forgotten it like on her walk from the house to the tent. It's a bit, she's not that forgetful.
Yeah.
But there's one more thing I will just remind you, especially Vieira, because Vieira is more survival minded, and that's that you've been told by two different entities that you should not assume things about this world.
Yeah. It's all good and well saying that, but characters have grown up and lived knowing a certain way.
Yeah, but
And
you
if in every world black cats are dangerous and hunt things,
Yeah.
then you're going to naturally assume black cats are dangerous and hunt things.
Yes, but you were also kind of
So-
told that that the world is very similar in certain ways and very different in others, right?
Yeah, sure. Part of that is going to be us finding out how it's different.
Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. Because that's like something that you have been specifically told in preparation, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
One indirectly by Steno through Kimorn, and one directly by the father. And Tiffany, I think, as well. Don't remember exactly anymore.
Without knowing what you're referring to specifically, I wouldn't say we specifically assumed anything. We're, for the most part, hunching together what we think has happened.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It's not really assumptions, it's
We're theorizing.
theorizing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, then
I
head
don't
over
think
to
any
the
of us
office.
knows.
Then we're calling it a day today.
Alrighty.
All right.
You'll have
See you
to
there.
move me over, I'm afraid.
I will move you over, my love.
Mhm.
I will chuck you.
So,
Well, guys, that's them being completely fucking wrong. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. I absolutely love it. How amazingly wrong they are. So we shall see how they're gonna fare with this, because they actually now successfully convinced a village that had no doubt that doubt is actually better. So yeah, the village is officially doubting. Whether that's a good thing or not, they shall find out. But it means starting next week, we're gonna start properly planning Penvent, because it seems like the party's gonna head there way sooner, and it seems like they're gonna skip Gaitern as well. Yeah. And they're completely falling for the unreliable narrator, and I fucking love it. They just they're taking the statements way too literal. They're like, oh, this person said that, therefore it must be true, and I should not even remotely doubt why they said that or ask follow-up questions. As in, like, they found Wasser like half dead on the pathway. Oh, that must be a warning. It's like, yeah, but how did they find her? She was carefully, lovingly placed in a way that was gentle and would help her prevent damage. But they didn't ask that. They were just like, oh, she must have been tossed in their way as a warning. So yeah, it's great. So many things I didn't ask. So many things I didn't ask. But yeah, that's it. So yeah, guys, thank you for watching. More from me on Wednesday. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see if I can raid anyone. Um, no, nobody around. Actually, we have Sinter. He likes playing games, old school games, and he likes D&D, although he doesn't do D&D himself. But like old school games, it's a tiny channel. Let's just give him some love, you know. And that's all fine, Misha. You need to sleep. So yeah. Yeah, Rhubarb, but you can always watch the VOD. You can see my players being completely fucking wrong. So yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna dump you over to Sintar. Thank you for watching. I love you all. And